is a strong object.
We're just getting started.
Don't cross the line.
There it is.
no escape.
At the beach, Alice Timefield is unstoppable.
Press the advantage. This one's tricky.
Guess what my umbrella can turn into?
Pierce through them.
Wanna see the red scarf? Ready to roll out. Gotcha now. Alright, your balance. Gotcha now.
Nothing slips through my
We're just getting started.
Unexpected call.
full lockdown. Complete. Your turn. Ends with you. The threat is still active.
A complaint? Too late for that.
Make way for the undefeated champion!
Don't cross the line. Nothing reaches my defense. The best defense is a strong offense.
There it is.
Nothing slips through my defense. Keep up the pressure.
You're pretty good too.
Gotcha now. I pledge my honor!
Don't cross the line. Nothing reaches my defense.
I'm unstoppable!
Your turn. Ends with you. Don't cross the line.
There it is.
Nothing slips through my...
That's enough.
Nothing reaches my... Don't cross the line. Will compose a miracle. Nothing reaches my...
We're just getting started. There it is. Make way for the undefeated champion!
The best defense is a strong offense. Don't cross the line. Nothing reaches my... Keep up the pressure. Don't cross the line.
Just want to read a crowd, Peter. I'm unstoppable!
Heads up.
That's enough!
Nothing reaches my defense. Don't cross the line. Your turn. Ends with me.
There it is!
Presenting the dance with death.
Sword technique for summoner. You're all riddled with flaws.
Yep. It won't hurt for long. Now presenting the Dance with Death. Yeah! The final act.
Victory, the only option. Hello, this is and for you. My blade. Got a summer surprise. Here's a sign for it. How's that over yet? Hello, huh?
I swear on my blade. Yeah. It's over.
Forward, turn around. Smash them. Got it. Got one for the plate. Customer service follow-up. Purging slash. This won't take much. Victory, the only option. Complain? Too late for that. Premium.
I swear on my blade. No room for mercy.
Let's just guess what my umbrella can turn into.
position.
The truth is a beloved friend. Truth is a beloved friend. Scram before I get
Understood.
unlike the ending to a nightmare. Truth is a beloved friend. Scram before I get
宝贝，今天该洗澡澡了哦。
Oh, the ZZ community's fucked. Alright, ZZ community's fucked. They're turning Monato into a fucking chibi. They're fucked. Most likely, I'm gonna get her. Let me play like this. This account's probably gotta have every single fucking character on it.
Thank you. What kind of run job have you got me into this time?
Alright, I'm done playing now. I am done fucking finally playing. Now I can actually talk and I can actually communicate and I can actually be part of the system. Alright, what's going on in the drama scenario of the world? Oh, what's this? What's this I'm getting? I don't know what the fuck we're doing, but apparently I guess we're going to be fucking sponsored by Bucko again, and we're going to be going through, we're going to finish the WUWA video, but apparently something else 3 hours ago came out. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Oh boy, do I have a video for you today. Saint Tontas has decided to attack me over my take on the Pridewin WUWA tier list, claiming I don't know what I'm talking about and saying outlandish, dumb statements. I have had no beef with Saint Tontas up to this point, but now I do. Let's go through the clip of him allegedly debunking my video. He tried to expose me, but I will expose him. I will meticulously and aggressively
what kind of joke is
demolish
this?
every statement that he makes and make him look like a buffoon. Let's start from the conclusion, since most people don't watch the full video. Saint's entire argument for debunking my video is because in my expose, I did not discuss the changelog, which is Pridewin's way of conveying information to the viewer for why they do certain changes. He claims that because I didn't discuss it in the video, I never read it in the first place, or at least there's no proof. And since I didn't read it, according to him, my video is a wash. Pointless and meaningless and not worth to discuss or even watch. Now, I read the changelog before making the video, but Saint doesn't believe me. What's so tragic about his idiotic stance is that if we use his own logic and I didn't read the changelog, my video would still be rock solid because the value tier list was horrific with lots of holes and contradictions, regardless of the rationale Pridewin gave. I know why Pridewin made their value-based tier list, but their reason was stupid. You will find in this video that Saint frequently lies and says dumb statements with no thought or care. And
I mean, can we just be fucking clear and honest here? Like, anyone that's going to St. Tonus, right? That's going to St. Tontas to fucking go get information about even WUWA. Okay? Metrics prove that he, even though he's the quote unquote, he likes to self-claim he's the #1 WUWA CC, we have thousands of fucking clips through the last fucking 2 years of him failing TOA, him not playing the fucking game, him fucking embarking and making fucking critical statements that has ultimately been fucking disproven multiple fucking times on multiple fucking occasions. Like, this is not a surprise that he took your video and completely said that you're fucking full of shit. When in all fucking reality, this is what he does. All right, so again, we're in a situation right now where, hey, same song, same dance, not a big deal.
There's no time to attack me and my videos. I'm making this video because his community is mass disliking my videos. They're clicking on it and not watching it, decreasing watch time, which decreases reach. How do I know this is true? Because they admit it, and that's exactly what they're saying. FYI, I didn't...
Oh boy, Saint's gonna go after him. Thanks for the free farm. Oh, hey, oh cool, oh boy.
watch this full vid.
This is
because
all
I
the
don't
thing
feel
with
like
fucking
he's saying
people. Like,
something
this is what my
wrong.
Discord's got right
I
now
know
on
he's
it.
a Saint viewer. I'll prove it later. But most importantly of all, they're spamming comments, claiming that I didn't read the changelog. So not only is that not true, but they're using this lie as some kind of evidence to invalidate the entire video. What's worse is that, to no one's surprise, Saint didn't watch the video at all. You know what? Let's not get any spoilers. It's crazy what's going on here. So I need to defend myself against the source. Let's watch his clip right here. Let's listen to what he says about it.
Have you seen analytical vibes crash out on Pride Win? I've seen a lot of crash outs.
I forgot to say this. I'm watching all of this clip in 1.5x speed because he just talks so slow and it's stream content. And if I clip out anything in this video, it's because he started arguing with a chatter and is not relevant to the conversation that I'm having right now.
On Pride Win. And this is the unfortunate thing about the situation. There are 2 videos of people crashing out over the Pride Win tier list. And you want to know something crazy about both of them?
Okay.
None of them looked at the changelog a single time. Neither of them looked at the changelog a single time in their video to explain anything.
Okay, so here's something that you'll notice. There's an underlying supposition that he has that if I had read it, I would have agreed with it. But since I didn't agree, I must not have read it. This is the most moronic, first grader logic I've ever heard. It's almost inconceivable to him that someone could have read it, understood it, but had a difference in opinion anyway.
Can I be fucking fair and honest here? Tier list in general, okay? All tier list, except for the milk tier list. The milk tier list is the best fucking tier list known to man. But pretty much every fucking goddamn tier list is other fucking bullshit. Like, play what the fuck you want to play. Have fun with what you want to fucking have fun with. I don't give a fuck if so fucking said character, whether it's ZZZ, WUWA, whatever, is considered to be T0 or T0.5. Motherfucker. There is fucking characters that are probably like T fucking 3, right? That some dude has fucking been playing it and fucking makes that shit look like a T fucking 0 because they put enough time and effort into it. Tier lists don't mean shit. It's just a guide. A tier list is just a guide to give a player who's new an understanding of where the characters align. Okay? But when people take a tier list to full heart, you're not understanding that just because said character here might be at the top doesn't mean that you're going to like the playstyle. Does not mean that you're going to be able to do all the shit you want to do with that character. Hell, this character over here might be more your vibe than this fucking character. It's personal preference. It's just a guide. And people fucking take this shit way too fucking seriously.
Let's continue because it gets even worse.
Do we want to give some love to the new analytical vibes video? This is the thing, guys. I don't think this video is particularly that great. Because how can we do a deep dive of any tier list if we don't even look at the reasons in the changelog for why stuff is changing? Guys, both these videos over here are trying to take a dookie on it, but neither of them looked at any of the fucking changelogs.
Once again, he's harping on the same point. The idea that the changelog is a good enough reason for why a tier list could be changed. As if anything that Pridewin says is law, and because what they say is correct, that means I must agree with it. You'll notice that throughout this entire clip, he never engages with my ideas, with the videos. He just uses this changelog premise that he set up and invented by himself to debunk the entire video. Anything that is said in the video, he never engages with it once. He doesn't even watch it.
So it's kind of just like, what are we doing here? I guess I don't understand it. All they did was look at the placement of the characters, but not the reason for why they're there.
Okay, he provides evidence for why he thinks I didn't read the changelog. We're gonna skip to that right now.
Because this is how I know analytical vibes didn't read it.
Okay. About what you do or don't have on your account that allows them to determine for you what will be the highest value characters for you. For example, right here, it says the character's signature weapons are included in the rating.
That's a typo, and if you had read the changelog, you would know that's a typo.
So it's a typo, he says. Okay, that's strange. So he's claiming that if I had read the changelog, that I would know it's a typo. I wonder why he says that. Let's keep watching.
So that's how I know these guys didn't read it. And they just said they did. Let me show you how I know it's a typo. All character... It's right fucking there.
Look at this. This is part of an explanation for what they use in the tier list. And it seems as though he has me, right? It seems as though he got me. Saint has exposed me. There's a typo, and I didn't read the changelog because in the changelog, this is not the changelog, by the way. This is just an explanation of the tier list. This is not changed since they made the tier list. That if I read this, I would have known that's a typo. But check this out. Check this out. Within minutes of his previous statement, Saint reads another sentence that's completely contradictory to what he just said and doesn't even realize it because he doesn't think.
they're only included in the rating for some characters, which it literally says right here. Signature
What?
weapons may be given.
So Saint says that I didn't read the changelog, claiming that because I used the fact that they use the signature weapons at the beginning of that text as evidence, that Pridewind makes a lot of assumptions. And then he selectively reads a certain part of it at the top, saying Pridewind actually uses 4-star weapons, takes 2 minutes to talk to a chatter, and then comes back and reads a line that proves exactly what I said is always true. So I'm having trouble understanding. He said I didn't read it, but having just read it, he proved that my assertion that they use signature weapons in the rating is correct. He just proved me right. And he didn't even have any cognitive dissonance to recognize that. This is literally a criticism I made in the video. How in a value-based tier list, assuming signature weapons for some characters versus others makes it so that some characters will gain more benefit and more value on your account because they're assuming that you have their signature weapon. A prime example of this is Frolova. Like I said, Frolova's signature weapon gives her a 44% DPS increase. How do I know this? Because I took a screenshot of the calculations that Pridewind made months ago for the Frolova weapon. And it was at around 44%. They've since changed how they calculate things. Now they calculate things based on teams, so it's around 28%. We can actually look at that right now. Frolova, right here. Build. Here, 28% from the standard signature weapon. Just like I would expect. I just have a good memory, I guess. Because Pridewind assumes you have Frolova's signature weapon, her value is greatly increased on a value-based tier list. So I was entirely correct. Now, here's what's particularly interesting. That text that Saint just pointed out right there, which completely exonerates me, it's here. You'll notice that it's no longer there on Pridewind's website. So they have this right here, and it's gone. Additionally, that text that's in his clip is no longer here. Now, here's another interesting piece of evidence.
And so if a character has their SIG, their rating gets naturally dropped down if they're SIG reliant. That is shown right there, but in this video, obviously, he didn't read that part.
Oh my goodness.
Which calls into question, did he even read any of this shit?
Okay. So he just lied again. Complete fiction. Characters using their signature weapons does not demote them in Pridewind's tier list. He just made that up. It's just false. Here's how I know that signature weapons are included in the ratings. I was there when Pridewind made this tier list years ago. I remember when Pridewind made the change from regular weapons to a signature weapon. Let's go through every single character calculation, or at least most of them, and see what does Pridewind use for their calculation. So this is Imith's calculations. And down here, we have the damage that Imith does in a one target scenario and her rotation. And here's the character build that they use. Now this weapon right here is Imith's signature weapon. That's strange. Why is Pridewind using this signature weapon when Saint Tontas just claimed that they don't? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Imith just has that. Surely. I mean, maybe the other characters won't. Lene, who doesn't need her signature weapon, everyone knows that she performs really well with the standard banner one, is also using the signature weapon. That's also a little strange. I mean, surely. I'm not going to go through every single character. Oh, another signature weapon. Yeah, but Sagrika is a character that requires certain requirements. So certain characters don't need their signature weapons, right? I mean, Augusta is super strong. You can just use Mortify. She doesn't need her signature weapon. Oh, would you look at that? Everything I'm doing right now is completely theatrical, by the way, because I already know what the truth is because I was there when they wrote the tier list. Every character uses their signature weapon as a baseline on Pridewind. It's not a typo. That's literally what it is because I read and use and actively look at Pridewind all of the time across all of the games. The only characters you'll notice doesn't use their signature weapon as the baseline are support characters whose signature weapon doesn't notice. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. They don't even have a calculation for Mornier. Wait, do they have one for Shorekeeper? Okay, they do. Shorekeeper should not have it. Yes. So for support characters, they don't have it. The reason being that Shorekeeper's signature weapon doesn't tangibly increase the damage of the team by that much. Just a signature weapon, in order to be ranked accurately next to Arrow Rover, must be included. That's why if you use their own logic, Chissa must be right here. That's simply how it works. Verena, no way they use the signature weapon. They don't even calculate it. So the only person on this site who probably showcases that they don't know, definitely they did calculations for her. Nope. So the only person is Shorekeeper at the very beginning of the tier list. So after they didn't use Shorekeeper's signature weapon, they didn't even go back for all of these other characters and put in a calculation. Jesus Christ. So he tries to discredit me, saying I'm lying, that signature weapons are not included in the rating, but they clearly are. That's the decision Pridewind made. So either Saint Totas is insanely retarded or he's malicious. I'll let you take a guess on which one is the truth. Okay, now let's continue to the next clip. And he pretty much just...
The issue with Saint is always been the same fucking deal. Like I get why like analytic vibes right now is like he is right now. I get what's going on here. Don't get me wrong. But at the same point in time, like Saint is the type of guy that straight up just spends 5 minutes, looks at something, and goes. It's just like with him with all the fucking drama shit, right? When he goes after a content creator, he does this, he does that. Dude doesn't spend enough time unless it's a big enough content creator in his eyes. Dude doesn't spend enough time, and even then, he doesn't spend time. He spends like 5 fucking minutes. And after spending 5 minutes and assuming that people in his Discord's telling him the truth, he just comes up with an opinion and says that you're fucking retarded. Oh, you didn't read this. Oh, you didn't do that. Oh, you didn't do this. And then you find out later that pretty much he just never fucking actually fucking read anything. He didn't do shit. He just fucking attacks just to attack. Right? Like, there's more information in a lot of these cases that is all over the fucking place that no one fucking calculates. Like, no one looks at. Because, truth of the matter is, gotcha players don't like to read. Okay? Even St. Tonus does not like to read.
Insults this person, but it's not relevant to me. He just has an argument with that person for like a super long time. Okay. For like the next 10 minutes. He just keeps attacking this person's character. Whatever. Here, he's going to be talking with another viewer. So he kind of moved on, but then he comes back to it. Let's hear what he has to say. He talks about the purpose of a value tier list.
Can we at least agree the value list was such a weird decision since every other game has a combat power one?
Yes.
Yes, the point of the value tier list was to be looked alongside the team's tier list, which shows the combat power of the teams.
Okay. Let's just pause right here. This has to be the dumbest, most insanely idiotic, stupidest thing I've heard anyone say about this value tier list. He's essentially saying that in order for this value tier list to have any value at all, it needs to be used alongside the other tier list in order for you to understand this one. Do you know why that doesn't make any sense? The reason this team tier list came about, he claims I didn't read the changelog, but clearly he didn't read the changelog, because if he had, then he would know, okay, I know he read the changelog because I actually watched his 1 hour long video of him reviewing the 3.2 update. So, but he clearly didn't understand it. The reason the team tier list came about is because it was so good, so over-encompassing, giving you a wide variety of complete information that it made the individual power one invalid, or at least it wasn't as useful, allegedly. That's at least what they claimed. So they wanted to make another tier list that gave you a different perspective, only for this other tier list to be handicapped and not give you a good perspective at all. In fact, the value-based tier list led to a variety of incorrect conclusions in the first place, even if you paired it with the team tier list, which I outlined exclusively in the expose, and I will continue to outline now after I finish debunking his clip. It's leeching off of the team tier list in order for you to understand it. So let me get this straight. You need to use cross-reference this tier list with this one, which doesn't need this other tier list at all in order to understand it. He continues, it gets even dumber.
And so we're beginning to piece together the picture over here, right? You need both parts to get the full picture, and you only chose to look at one of them and then say, wait, I don't have the full picture, even though the other, like, part of the jigsaw puzzle's right here. You just didn't put them together for some odd reason.
What's the point of creating a tier list that requires another tier list for you to understand the first one? The team tier list doesn't need a value-based tier list to understand what's going on here. IMF is tier 0 if you have this team right here, and then at any point you can click inside and look at the plethora of very valuable information that Pride 1 gives you. And yet here he's saying that in order to understand this tier list, you need this one, but this one doesn't need the other one. It's so stupid. It's so idiotic. Okay, next, let's continue, because
that is I'm wrapping my head around this, right? I'm wrapping my head around this shit because, like, I don't look at fucking tier lists. I don't care about looking at tier lists. Not for ZZ, not for fucking WUWA, not for anything, right? And listening that you need to have another tier list to validate this tier list to look, that's kind of fucking retarded. That's absolutely fucking strange as fuck.
that. A chatter asks him, okay, what's the purpose of a tier list that requires the use of a different tier list?
Then what was the purpose of the value tier list? Reread your question.
Okay. Why doesn't he just answer the question? Answer the question. What's the purpose?
Reread your question for a second, and you'll realize you already answered it.
So he's claiming that the purpose of the value tier list is because it gives you the value. Oh my goodness. Let's finish the clip, but I'm gonna absolutely eviscerate this point. Okay, there we go. Check this out. Check this out. This is probably
overstream.
Look at this.
They like start freaking out.
Look at this. There's a.
I'm ESL, by the way.
Look at what just happened. This guy made a completely valid and logical point. If a tier list needs another one to get the full picture, then is that list necessary? And he completely ignored that comment. And he never addresses it. Instead, he now is going to attack for the next 2 minutes before moving on indefinitely that this character's English isn't this guy's first language. And as a result, anything that Saint says to him, he wouldn't be able to understand. And he never even addresses this point ever, because that's what Saint does. He doesn't actually engage with any ideas. All he does is just ad hominem attacks endlessly. And then he claims that something is true in order to invalidate an entire video.
Great. Do you what? Then you're not like, what are you just basically saying I'm fishing in an empty well then? Like, now I just think you're not going to understand whatever I say regardless. So like, why?
Oh my
at
goodness.
this point, I'm wondering why you're even asking questions if you're not going to understand the answers.
There we go.
Like, I'm going to be real here, right? I don't understand it.
Anyway, we don't even need to watch this. That's actually the entire clip. Let's address this idea that a value-based tier list adds any value at all to a team tier list and why that's a problem. So a value-based tier list that they made was so atrocious because it completely contradicted everything that you would expect. I could take my headphones off because I don't need to listen to them anymore. Let's look at my video. Here are consequences of a value-based tier list that make absolutely no sense. Here in their value-based tier list right here, we have Cardathea, who according to Pridewind's tier list has the same value as Carlotta and main DPS Phoebe. Do you understand how insanely idiotic and stupid that sounds?
Yeah.
Not to mention, the partner tag now no longer makes any sense. So look at this partner tag, Chacona. This is essentially implying that Cardathea is tier 1 in value equal to Carlotta and main DPS Phoebe as long as you have Chacona. But if you don't have Chacona, that means that you need to lower this character's value by 1 tier, because that's what all of these tags mean. Generally speaking, in Pridewind, the idea is if you don't have whatever is necessary in red, then drop that character by 1 tier. Meaning if you don't have Chacona on your account, Pridewind is suggesting that Cardathea is less valuable than Carlotta and Phoebe, completely ignoring the contradiction that not only does Cardathea do more damage than them, but the tier list is split between 2 game modes. And to suggest that one character is its same value as another one when the tier list is split by 2 game modes doesn't even make any sense. So Cardathea is pretty good in Whimpering Wastes, but it's hard to tell because they have the expert +1 tag, but she's actually tier 1 right here. So they're essentially stating that a new player will look at this tier list and think to themselves, oh, I guess I can either get main DPS Phoebe or Carlotta or Cardathea because they're all the same value and I'll perform well in Tower of Diversity. But not recognizing that if you were to get Cardathea, you'd also be getting a character that's valuable in the other game mode, somehow retaining double the value. You know why Pridewind is able to make this absolutely moronic claim? Because a value-based tier list values flexibility. Because Carlotta works with Zetchi and Cantarella and Linnae by dragging down Linnae's performance, they say that Carlotta's can get up and running much sooner, according to them. Thus, Carlotta has good value. And Phoebe can get up running more too. As you can see here, Phoebe on their account, main DPS Phoebe has a higher value than Zani. Why? Because according to them, main DPS Phoebe is flexible. Zani isn't. So Zani needs Phoebe in order to function well. So their value prioritizes flexibility. Except you would never say to someone, okay, in order to have a successful account, you should summon for Luke. Luke is in tier 0, and yet he's absolute in value in their value tier list, and yet he's absolutely dog water in Whimpering Wastes in tier 3. If you were to get Luke, you would be getting a character who's only good in 1 game mode. And you have to ask yourself the question, why would you get a character who's only good in 1 game mode when you can get a character who's good in both in terms of value? You'd be getting double the value. Not to mention, this tier list assumes that if you were to get Carlotta right now, that she's not going to be dead as soon as the next character comes out. Cardathea I cannot believe I'm saying this, but Carlotta and Phoebe are older units. They're not of the same value as Cardathea, simply because they're older. They're on their way out, and Cardathea is still trying to hold by a thread. They're not the same value. They're worse. So not only is this tier list dumb, because it requires the use of a team tier list in order for it to make any sense, but it leads to a whole bunch of illogical conclusions, one of which that I detailed right now, which is the partner tag, and another one, which is the expert tag, claiming that if you play Cardathea better, her value increases, which doesn't make any sense. The value of a character is fixed. It doesn't matter how well you play them. It's determined by whether you have their signature weapons or their teammates. The value of a character doesn't increase. However, in a performance-based tier list, the tags make sense. If you have this character with this partner, they perform at this level. And if you play them better, they perform at this level. All of the tags make sense. Let's address some comments flooded on my videos by his community after he posted.
You know, I just fucking realized. I gotta go take a look. Like, I gotta even take a look at Pride One. Hold the fuck on here. I gotta even take a look at Pride One, right? Because straight up, I'm kind of curious about something right now. I want to look at this in terms of ZZ. Jesus Christ. The drop off on some of these characters in these game modes. Are you fucking shitting me? You're actually kind of shitting me, right? You know, what I'm going to say in particular, CZZ and WUWA's about the same age, right? This is a Sentinel Resonator. This is a Sentinel Resonator. This is a Sentinel Resonator. There is some characters in here that their value, and I'm looking at this from Pride One's perspective, right? Of like how the game modes and everything is. Like, I am noticing that some of the value of these characters, according to them, has dropped off substantially compared to what they used to fucking be. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, okay. And then I look at a game like ZZZ to where I know they changed just recently, but still, like, you still have characters. You still have Miyabi that's in the expert level, right? You still got a fucking a 0.5 for fucking lighter for trigger instance. You still have, even with Pride Win, a value that you pull these certain characters, that they still is a value around some of these characters, right? Like, in some ways, I disagree with things with Pridewind, but recently with some of the changes, it's like their thought pattern is like, hey, look, you pulled the fucking goddamn Jufufu. She has still got value according to this list. Jesus Christ, you know how many people pulled fucking Camellia and fucking Camellia has dropped down this fucking far? I mean, you got Lighter, you got fucking Nicole, you got Trigger. You still got 1.0 characters that is maintaining a value behind them. And here you got some 1.0 characters that's complete fucking shit. Okay.
This stupid stream, all right? This is moron number 1. GG, guys. Y'all won just because you couldn't understand the list properly. I understand the list better than this guy. I understand the list better than anyone because I was there when the list was written. I'm not saying I consulted with Pridewind. I say that I'm just really knowledgeable because this is what I do. I just analyze things because I'm sick. Moron number 2.
Let me put it this way. I would trust Muzzy with like. Let me play this. I would trust Muzzy to create a tier list for ZZZ. I would trust the people who actually spend their time to spend hours on top of hours playing the game that does things with like signature weapons, without signature weapons, you know, the A weapons versus the S tier weapons and everything, test everything. I would trust someone like Muzzy, right? When it comes into someone like WUWA, Rain is like the number one fucking person. Sweetly would be a number 2 fucking person, right? Fucking even Maggie and them would be people that I would actually trust more to define a fucking tier list than anyone else. Because let me put it this way. Rain is the type of person, right? They will fucking start off a fucking fresh account and within fucking 24 hours already complete Tower University. Like, the guy knows how to play the game. Rexcellent knows how to fucking play the game. Pridewind, I feel like Pridewind just takes information from this source, that source, and just shoves it all together, and that's just what it is. Like that. This is why like I don't like tier lists, because there is some people who don't even know what the fuck they're talking about that is in charge of some shit, some stuff like this, some tier lists like this that just don't know jack shit what they're talking about. And this is why I've always said tier list is bullshit. I don't trust a fucking tier list worth a fuck.
You should read the changelog, bud. Okay, so here's what's so interesting about this. Saint read a section of the tier list that claimed that Pridewind is not using signature weapons. And because of that, he was actually misinformed. Denzel Washington once famously said, if you don't watch the news, you're uninformed, and if you do watch the news, you're misinformed. Saint read that log, and he was misinformed about the signature weapons and how they're used in the tier list. Or at least he just has some cognitive dissonance. And then he claims that because if I didn't read it, I'm uninformed. But of course I read it. Moron number 3. Really didn't cook with this video. Reading the criteria and rule section would make a lot more sense on why certain characters are where they are. FYI, I didn't watch the full video. I just don't feel like listening to someone ramble when they're wrong. This guy's actually retarded. He's autistic. Oh wait, I know I can't say that anymore. I'm supposed to be politically correct. This guy's a moron. You know why? In my video, I provided overwhelming evidence for why I think the Pridewind value tier list is terrible. A lot of people disagreed with my video up until 10 minutes, and then they started to see when I compared it to other tier lists. I needed to convince people why I think I'm right. Saint Tontas offered no evidence for why he thinks that I'm wrong. He didn't engage with the video. He didn't watch the video. He didn't engage with any of the ideas that make a value tier list flawed. He just said, I didn't read the changelog, thus the video is not worth engaging with. And he didn't even need to convince this moron right here that he's right. He just says it, and this guy believes him. The difference between me and Saint is that I will provide you with overwhelming evidence. Even now, I'm providing evidence for why I think this guy is a moron. Because he just listens to someone. He didn't even watch the video to come up with his own opinion. He listened to someone else who also didn't watch the video and said that I'm wrong. Moron number 4. Nami Pontus was right about Pridewind. And then we have this person right here, a value lover. What does this guy have to say? Ron Dalgard. What a great comedy. The previous tier list was great in terms of pull value, considering every parameter. And now we have a doo-doo water power tier list just as for other games, GGWP. This is so stupid. Basically, he's saying that following a formula that is tried, true, and successful for other tier lists and every other game in existence is wrong. Not to mention that he says it was great in terms of poll value, but that's actually not true because of the various assumptions Pridewin makes about what you do and don't have on your account and illogical conclusions that you can come to claiming that Carlotta and main DPS Phoebe have the exact same value as Cardathea with Chacona, or if you don't have Chacona, they actually have more value with her. That's probably the dumbest thing that could possibly come out of this tier list. Carlotta and main DPS Phoebe have the same value as Cardathea with Chacona. Wow. Okay. Let's wrap this up. I didn't make this video for Saint Tontas because he won't watch it. He doesn't engage with ideas and he's not going to watch this video at all. I made this for you, the viewer, to defend myself against the incredible statements that he's made against me. Saint will now proceed to go on an endless tirade attacking me. After this video is published and people from his community who sometimes watch this video, they'll send it to him and then he will just keep spamming videos against me. I mean, this guy will come for my throat. I just know that it's true. Am I going to keep engaging back and forth with him? Most likely not, because this is not the kind of content I want to make. In fact, I started my channel to not become a drama farmer, and yet here I am, being dragged into a conflict that I have no interest.
I don't think you have to worry about that. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you have to worry about it. I think he might do like one video with you and then say that you don't have enough brain power for him to fucking continue on. Because like, look, to this fucking day, I have fucking straight up been able to fucking do whatever the fuck I wanted with fucking Saint Tonus. And Saint Tonus has not fucking actually done shit to me. He has done it in quote unquote like a live featurette, but he's never actually come at me. And I like vibes, you're fine. You're fine, bro. You're fine.
Doing this tier list of the value one, I watched it. It's like an hour long. He spends the entire time running defense for this tier list. What's so strange about this is that Saint is usually a Kuro bot running defense for Kuro. But here he is running defense for Pridewin, which is just a third-party site that he has no allegiance or loyalty to. It doesn't even make sense to me why he's bending over backwards to defend the value-based tier list. Now, people keep asking me, should you use Pridewin? You know, can Pridewin be trustworthy? After this most recent change, the answer is most definitely yes. Pridewin right now has the best Wuthering Waves tier list on the internet. Everywhere. You will not find a better tier list than this. This tier list is near perfect. Now, I have outlined many times before that I still have certain problems with this tier list, but I'm not going to nitpick it. We can argue about where one character should or should not be placed, like how I believe that Sagrika should be tier 0. But that's a minor issue compared to an entire value-based tier list fundamentally leading to incorrect conclusions. Let's talk about Cantarella. Oh my goodness, this was one of the dumbest value-based things ever. So Cantarella was placed with a partner tag here in tier 1.5 or 2 in the value-based tier list. But that doesn't really make any sense. They're essentially claiming that if you have Frolova...
Wait. Hold on. Whoa. Okay. I think we're past the video now. Hold on. Let's go down to the shit. Hold on. So, Saint put up a fucking message, says, thanks for the free farm. Then we go down here. Saint responds yet again. Where was it? I just missed it. If you want to chat instead of me ripping this video apart live on stream, you can hit me up on Discord. Oh, you mean like how obviously you wanted to chat before trash talking his video and sprout lives? Love me, I'll give rocks kicks. I think AV is a great creator when it comes to any type of content that isn't related to drama. I simply want to give him a chance before the side quest leads to something he'll regret. Bro is making threats just like he did with Arikado. Wow. Wow. fuck was my goddamn at the fucking back in the day? Where was my chance to have a conversation? Where was my shit before, like, weaponizing kindness happened? Like, dude, he offers this to everyone, but he never fucking offered that shit to fucking someone like me, man. God damn. Straight up, like, he fucking told people to go ahead and fucking attack me. That's fucking hilarious. Wow. Dude fucking straight up starts off by saying free farm, then offers a chat, and then fucking responds to fucking Shine saying that, like, Shine there, because I know this guy was responding basically saying that, hey, I think he's a great creator when it comes to this type of content that isn't related to drama. I just want to give him a chance to talk before the side quest leads to stuff that he'll regret. Like, you see, at this fucking situation, this is the point that we were okay. All right. This was the point that was made a long fucking time ago, and it's still true to this fucking day. Doesn't matter if you are a person who likes Weather Waves or you're a person who likes Hoyo games, right? You are an enemy of Saint if you disagree with his take. You know how many fucking content creators in the WUWA space, like legitimately in the fucking Weather and Wave space, got this idea in their head that the only way they could criticize Weather and Waves, or they could talk any kind of criticism about WUWA, the only way to do this was to go ahead and create a dossier, a fucking notepad, and provide all the fucking information to Saint and be like, is it okay for me to talk about this first before I make the video? Like, you would have to pass your criticisms off to fucking someone like Saint Tonus before you could fucking actually discuss things. Go have a chat with Skull CJ and you're dead. Like, he's the judge? Yeah, pretty much. Like, that was the entire fucking situation. That's the reason why, like, a lot of people I know of who was in the WUWA space that dropped it out of the WUWA space because of Saint. It was the fact of the matter is that they had criticisms about the game. Okay? And then you're watching a bunch of people who have criticisms and getting basically, you know, some dude randomly comes out and doesn't attack the argument, attacks the person making the argument, and you have an entire fucking cult that is attacking you for just saying something to the effect. It's like, it would be like the idea that someone came in, right, and says, hey, look, Cartethia is like the strongest character coming in, but I don't particularly like Cartethia. Like, and they would explain why, and then all of a sudden, Saint Tonus would say, well, he criticized, this is the best character since thing, blah, blah, blah. It's a Citadel resident. He doesn't know what the fuck the game is, and attack them for their fucking personal opinion. Like, dare I say it like this, right? We had this conversation multiple times in this live stream about how every single community has factions in it, right? You have different factions that people are a part of, okay? You have your good factions that you want to be a part of. You have, let's say it like this. You have your fandoms. So let's say you're a ZZZ fan, right? Maybe you're not an avid player, right? You're not an active player, but you're an artist. So you're more of like, you know, you're stuck in the faction of the artistic side of ZZZ. Like, you like the characters, you really don't play the game, but you like the characters and you like going ahead and drawing the characters. Okay, so you're an artistic side. You got your players who sit there, your casual players who play the game, and they're getting like 14K, you know, points on score. And these are your normal, you know, your normal average players. They're part of a faction. You got your non-safe for work motherfuckers out there that might go a little bit off the deep end and such, right? but they're all about the fucking gooning. That's their faction, okay? They're all part of ZZZ. There's just that they're separated different factions, and these communities, okay, don't mingle with the other communities. So just because I like ZZZ does not mean I'm going to mingle with the lolly side of fucking ZZZ, right? The lolly lovers in that sense, right? Doesn't mean I'm going to associate with the artistic side of things, right? It's just where I'm at. I'm not going to be the type of person. I'm not a content creator that knows like Muzzy really well to be friends with Muzzy, because I don't do calculations. I don't sit here. I don't do guide videos. I don't come here to I play the fucking game and I talk about drama and shit, right? We're not going to mingle. We're in two different categories, I feel, of content creation, two different categories in ZZZ. What Saint doesn't realize is that maybe, just maybe, your community does not fit with this certain faction of this WUWA community, right? And Saint himself, the reason why I feel like he attacks even the WUWA community and he goes after certain content creators and stuff like this is more of the fact that, dare I say it, he wants to control all the factions of the community. Like Saint's gonna have an opinion about art, man. Like, if someone draws the worst fucking picture of fucking GN and it looks absolutely like it was made with crayons, and it looks like dog shit, and the artistic community is like, oh man, that's a really good picture because this person's just getting into art or something. Saint's gonna be the type of person who's gonna dive in there, who doesn't know jack shit about what the fuck's going on, and say that's the worst fucking picture of GN he's ever fucking seen. Like, bro don't actually have a spot in Weather and Waves community. That is the sad part. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think there is a faction inside the WUWA community that actually owns him. To be a WUWA CC, how much percent of content does it have to be about WUWA? Everything's got to be WUWA, man. Like that is how we felt, like, right? That is how a lot of people in the WUWA community felt. It's just that, like, Saint wants to have a full control over all aspects because Saint's not a fucking person who does calculations. So why the fuck is he trying to fucking push his way into fucking Maggie's community and try to call Maggie a piece of shit? Why is he trying to go ahead and dive into, you know, someone else, like a speedrunner type of community where there's people who are doing speed runs and stuff like this, when he doesn't fucking play the fucking game? Why are we trying to talk about a Pride Win fucking tier list when clearly Saint doesn't even know how to do the fucking rotations that he's talking about in his guide videos, which are basically 1-for-1 copies of Pride Win? Like, that was the funniest shit that I've fucking seen. Is that if you look at a Saint Tona's guide video of Weather Waves of a fucking character and you pull up Pride Win, the fucking site that he has bitched about, it's basically 1-for-1 what the fuck they're saying that is in that fucking video. He is just basically copy and pasting what fucking Pride Win fucking stated. So even he does not have a actual testing or an actual idea of what a tier list would be. He has no clue. What Saint is a fucking tourist, even in fucking Weather and Waves. Saint has been trying to find, I think Weather and Waves is more of his testing grounds to try to, until he gets into a gacha game like maybe NTE or something, that he could actually put effort into and actually be considered the #1 content creator of that, because he ruined his reputation in WUWA. He really has. He's ruined his fucking reputation in the WUWA community to where even the people in the WUWA community, the notable characters in there, don't want him. Like, dude doesn't get invited to fucking goddamn fucking Kuro sponsored events. Kuro does not want nothing to fucking do with him either. They just allow him to do what he's doing because bad advertisement, good advertisement, it's all the same shit. Right? But they're not associating with them. It's very telling. It's very telling that in the last fucking year, that St. Tonus has no particular clue where he fucking actually stands at in these communities. That no community fucking wants his ass. I mean, when you're looking at analytics, right? When you're looking at analytics for over a fucking year, the man has spent 1,220 fucking hours streaming WUWA in the last 365 days. His watch time is less than fucking Genozod, who has streamed the game less, or even Fobmaster who streamed it less. And there's other fucking people, right? I bet if I click right here, like, go ahead and go to click on stream time, right? Let's see. Click the arrow. Does it go to fucking reload? Yeah, there it goes. 0. You got people like this guy right here, Railgun, who has streamed the game. All these people right here have streamed the game on Twitch by itself longer. Who probably fucking understand the game a lot better. And this is the truth of the matter when it comes down to actually, which people I don't think understand this, but the truth of the matter, if you know something really well, you typically get less views. If you are the #1 fucking content creator for a certain game, you're probably getting less viewership than anyone else. But in the last fucking year, 365 days, Saint still has not beaten in a year Genozod or Fob. At this point in time, as long as Fob and Genozod doesn't fucking stream, though, and he puts in more fucking time, he probably will reach there. He's only fucking, like, fucking 3, actually. He's pretty substantial on fucking, on Fob, but he could overtake fucking Genozod within the next 3 months. If Genozod doesn't stream Weathering Waves in the next 3 months, he could take over Genozod. And you see, this is why, like I said, like what's fucking hilarious, what you just pointed out there, Set, what you just pointed out, what's so fucking hilarious about this, Saint, you go click his fucking name, right? Let's go click his name. Actually, let's go to do tab. Let's do a new tab. Come on. There it goes, loading up. Okay. Bro is in the fucking category every single fucking day. Actually, this is the one time I think Twitch Tracker might be the best. Like, you look at it. Out of 50 fucking streams, right? Out of 50 streams, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 fucking times. So out of all this, out of 50 streams, only 10 times has he not streamed, he's not been in the WUWA category. Hold on here. Hold on here. Oh, this watch time does not. Hold the fuck on here. Wait a second here. He had an average of 688 viewers, right? Streamed for 4 hours, 17 minutes, got basically 3,000. Had 791, 3,000. 550 only got 1,200. Had 717, 2 hours, only 1,500. When you come down here, he had 833. The viewership and the watch time and the hour stream don't fucking add up. The viewership and the fucking watch time. The average viewers and the watch time is not adding up. You're telling me he had right here 1,200 people, got only 366. But with 700, he got 3,000. This is not. This is not calculating correctly. For the amount of quote unquote viewers he has, that some of this watch time should be a lot fucking higher. Maybe Skull CJ is onto something about the view botting. A 5-hour fucking stream, 1,900 watch. What? But he's. And that was for 4 hours. And you got sub with 652. He's getting 20. Here he needed fucking over 1,000 people to get 3,600, where now he could do it for 700. What? Is the guy buying watch time too on these bots? Wait a second. Go back to older streams. Go back to older streams. How the fuck does he get fucking 9,000 watch hours for 1,440 people for 6 hours? Wait. 1,400 people for 6 hours gave him 9,000. For an hour less of streaming, with 1,300, gave him 11? The correlation here is not right. Thursday, the 22nd of fucking May, 4-hour live stream. Everything's green lines. Like, everything is like, oh, he had 6,000 people watch him. And he gained 1,356 fucking followers in one 4-hour live stream? Wait. Hold the fuck on here. Dude averages like 50 to 40, 30, 100, 38, 70, 200, 5. What the fuck? Say statistics does not make sense. I don't care if it's the fucking anniversary. Like, the anniversary was in April, not even in fucking May. Like, there was really nothing back on that day. Like, oh, this is sus as shit. And all of a sudden, gets on January 11th of this year, all of a sudden gets 1,237 followers in a 2-hour live stream. He gains 1,200, right? Followers gained, yeah. Every hour, he was gaining 380 fucking followers in an hour. And it has less watch time than the 13th. But he got 1,237 fucking followers in a 2-hour live stream. The dude's probably paid for... Okay, I'm going to be honest here. If he's not buying fucking followers, this is like an Instagram fucking tactic. This is like what the Instagram girls do. He has... Like, I'm going to have to say it. He buys his fucking views. He's buying watch time. Because the watch time is all over the fucking place. It's not consistent. And the fucking followers are being bought. Because there's no fucking way. He's buying them on particular days. He's buying like on this fucking 11th, right? There's no fucking way. Not for a 2-hour fucking live stream, bro. You're telling me he streamed for 5 hours this day, only got 72, but he only had to stream for 2 hours to get fucking goddamn fucking 1,200? Dude, this looks botted as fuck. This looks absolute, like, again, 1,300 in a 4-hour live stream. And the guy's not able and has not been able to maintain a higher fucking viewership if he's getting this many followers. You gain fucking, okay, it'd be like this, right? May 22nd, 2025. 1 year after WUWA's release. You gained 1,300 fucking followers, right? You're averaging apparently 1,402 fucking viewership, right? With a peak of 6,000. And you're telling me the very fucking next day, you can't fucking retain that? And it's averaging back down to back to the 500s? Bro, I'm telling you right now, if I had fucking goddamn fucking 1,200 fucking people fucking sub to my goddamn channel in one fucking goddamn day, right? And then the very fucking next day, I'm going back to my fucking absolute fucking normal ass numbers, I would fucking be like, yo, what the fuck just happened? Did I get fucking botted? Like, that makes no sense. It's not bots, it's his viewers from Turkmenistan. Oh, night. I had to fucking defend you today. Oh my god, bro, I had to defend you today. It was fucking hilarious. It was fucking hilarious, Night. One of the guys that I'm not gonna mention who their name is, but one dude that I know came to me. He's like, you do realize that Knight's a St. Tonus fan. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? The dude's in Saint's Discord. Okay. And he's like, fucking try to come at me and try to tell me to fucking ban you, that you are only in my fucking YouTube channel, that you're trying to be this fucking quote unquote spy and everything. Like, dude was straight up making fan fiction fucking theories about you, Knight, about how you and St. Tonus must be fucking like related, that you are a St. Tonus lover, and that as a fucking editor and shit, that you are. I'm like, do you not realize the fucking shit posts that he's been making about Saint in my videos that I didn't even ask him to do? Give me a second, be right back. Oh, every now and then I gotta get up because my leg falls asleep. I'm old, so I gotta stretch my leg out. Yeah, I love St. Tonus. That's crazy. Oh, dude. Look, I tell you right now, I heard a rumor that Saint is trying to get more editors because he wants to start making like 12 videos a day instead of the fucking 3. I have barbecue ribs tonight too. It's making me a little gassy, I'm not gonna lie. The only dude, like, this is something that's actually kind of sad for someone like Saint, to be honest. Like, I'm gonna be fucking completely fucking honest, right? You know what's actually kind of sad for someone like Saint? Saint actually has to put up 3 fucking videos a day to make a living. Where there is content creators that are quote unquote like at around his level that have like, you know, 100K subs and stuff like this. That just needs to put up like 1 fucking video a week. And they get full fucking engagement on that. Like, no, grudge you. I don't think anyone in the gacha space really fucking does that. But if the guy actually fucking made like actual content that was worth fucking actually talking about and watching, like, dare I say, if Saint actually went political, right? Dude probably could go ahead, be like a Carl Jacobs or whatever, and go into like making like these big documentary type videos. And each of those videos would get like 100K views. And for the amount of work that he's doing, you make one video that you just have to do like every fucking month, and you make out the same amount of fucking video views you would do in fucking like everyday live streaming. Like, I'm sorry, man. Truth is the truth. Yeah, he started to bring politics with the H2 stuff. You mean H3, right? Also, Knight, I put some more videos in the editing thing. One's particularly related to some accusation shit, like this right here that we're looking at. There's already a video for this for you to go ahead and look at. And you got some more green screen shit that I fucking put in there. And then you got the fucking Simon one. Whenever you want to deal with that one, you got the Simon video. The chat's gonna be rooting for you. They want to see what an actual real editor could do. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's Egg doing? Egg is doing the Tuhu video. Oh, we need to finish that too, by the way. We need to finish the Tuhu video. That reminded me. I need to finish the Tuhu video. We started it. We got halfway or whatever through it. We need to finish the Tuhu video. Because honestly, I think for after a long fucking time, this is actually one of Tuhu's best videos. I'm just gonna say that the only problem I got with it is that there's a lot of fucking hitting on Tectone and Saint that I don't think is necessarily needed. I don't think it's necessarily needed. And I'm not gonna fucking like this is a stream react. I'm not making a video on Tuhu's hater manifesto. Like, this is 2 hours and 15 minutes. This is way too fucking long of a video. This should have been split up in fucking parts, right? Not in just chapters. Like, this should have been like the hater manifesto part 1 video. And just really, and then the part 2. And make everybody fucking crave for a part 3, a part 4, a part 5, a part 6. We gotta start doing the guide videos. I think tomorrow I'm gonna start working on the guide videos. But we need to finish this.
Was something like this.
What a fucking joke, man. Dude, this is so embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed to play this game. Bro, artists can make mistakes? Yeah, if your artist is grok!
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want an actual informative video or honest
Wait. Go back on this.
denominator of entertainment? Where if you want to look up an Arknight's Enfield video at some point in the last 4 weeks, the first thing you probably saw was something like this.
What a fucking joke, man. Dude, this is so embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed to play this game. Bro, artists can make mistakes? Yeah, if your artist is grok!
Oh.
DBD, I'm pretty sure you're the one that sent it to me. Would you be able to send me that picture of the pinky? Would you be able to send me the picture of the pinky? Because, Saint, we don't have proof, right, that Weathered Waves uses AI for art. It's very suspicious on some things. And DBD has a picture. I know DBD has this picture of something, of a couple of different things, but in particular, the most recent one, where it's the pinky on the new girl that is completely out of fucking whack. me see if I can find it. Yeah, right here. What the fuck's going on with the hand? What the fuck's going on with his hand? I don't know about you guys, but I don't think that a pinky is supposed to be fucking 2 foot long. Yeah, I found it. I found a DVD. I don't think that's supposed to be bigger than the other fingers. Like, if I look at my hand, right? The middle finger is the biggest. My ring finger and my index finger are about the same size. The pinky is the smallest finger from all, man. That's the PS5 screen art. Like, now I'm even looking at, like, the hand right here. Like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, I could say that maybe there is... Okay, what the... Okay, alright, what the fuck's going on here? What the fuck's going on here? Zoom in on this. Can I zoom? No, I can't zoom in anymore. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? AI has a problem with fucking hands and a half. And every single one of these hands, there is something fucking weird. Like, even this is 3 fucking fingers. It's 3 fingers. 1, 2, 3. Where's the 4th? This is the official PlayStation 5 artwork. Look, we know for a fucking fact that fucking straight up WUWA uses AI. And now the more I'm looking at the artwork, because this starts as 2.7, where there has been some fucking actual mistakes with the hands and the different things, and then it gets corrected later, that straight up, like, Saint can't say shit about fucking WUWA and AI, man. He can't. He cannot. Because straight up, Weathered Waves uses Tinson's Vice is the poster child for this shit, and has been using AI to help develop the game. So to even go ahead and say, like, hey, it's not, let me put it this way, it's not far-fetched to think that even the artwork is AI when the entire fucking game is made with AI. I call it Vice. I don't give a fuck. But Tinson's fucking company fucking does this shit. We talked about this 100 fucking times, man. Like, I'm not sure if Egg knows about this shit, because, like, you could go to their fucking Twitter account, bro. And you just scroll down, and you're gonna find it. You're gonna find it. I don't know about you, but them showcasing AI and Encore there, and how AI powered game creation is a solution that covers areas like animation, modeling, intelligent NPCs, and digital asset management. This is the program. AI is a key leader. You could take your fucking statement about fucking Grok, about fucking Arknights using Grok or whatever to do AI artwork and shit, and all this stuff. You could throw that shit out the fucking. You could throw that shit out the fucking door, bro. You could throw that shit in the fucking trash, right? Even Hoyoverse is going into AI. They are hiring people. Fucking Kuro Games has fucking jobs open right now for AI engineers to come in and work AI, bro.
I'm sorry, did you want an actual informative video or honest review of the game? Here, have 30 minutes of some short-ass retarded Korean schizoing his brains out about the game instead.
But it's hard not to feel like over time, the sports debate show format, and ESPN specifically, has just become a clown show competing for who can honk their big red nose the loudest. And that downward trajectory into the pit we're in now has become pervasive in our culture. Things are being dumbed down to the lowest possible denominator. We exist in a take culture, a take economy. Feels like every day we stray further and further from caring about what's right to instead caring about who was better at arguing. Grabbing the third rail over and over again to please your shareholders is the core problem with debate culture today, because it puts the...
You know, I'm going to tell you right now, too, who does not know too much information about Ethan, it seems like, and with Captain Cabinets, I have to defend Ethan and Captain Cabinets on this, because Ethan doesn't even play fucking gotcha anymore, really. Like, he's playing fucking World of Warcraft and shit, right? He's not involved in half this goddamn shit. And with Captain Cabinets, with all the shit that's happened, like, she's been expressing that, you know what? A better fucking opinion. She's been doing better. That, honestly, she's not a rat, bro.
Lies before the duty to the truth.
And therein lies the biggest problem with the gacha space. Arguably even more so than just St. Tontus, or hell, even all the rats put together. Because what exactly is the truth? Because when you look around this space, right, you have so many goddamn narratives bouncing around, in no small part thanks to the rats. How is the average gacha enjoyer supposed to know what the truth is about gacha games when you got retarded midgets like St. Tontus running around screaming their heads off about it, and then spends most of his videos just reaching up his own prolapsed asshole to throw some more shit at whoever he feels like a monkey in a fucking zoo exhibit? What is the truth about gacha? And who is the most trustworthy one to go to for it? Well, you're looking at him. Hi. Just as a disclaimer, this chapter of the video is going to get pretty personal, so if you don't like listening to some potentially sappy stuff, then you can just skip this and go straight to the epilogue. This video's gotten long enough as it already is. You may recall at the start of this video that I called myself something rather ridiculous, the God of Gacha. If you've never heard me say that before, hell, maybe you still think this, you're probably thinking something along the lines of, who the shit does this fuck-ass weeb think he is? Like, give me a maroon school uniform and let me grow out my hair a bit, and you can catch me outside looking like Katsuragi Keima. Also recall that along with calling myself something ridiculous, I also showed something even more ridiculous. A clip of me with 16 or 17 gachas all running on my PC at the same time. This clip is outdated, by the way, just so you know, as I've picked up 2 or 3 more gachas since I recorded that clip last year. So now my current gacha count is like 19. Not like, it is 19. All of which I main, by the way, as in I grind dailies for and do content in every single fucking day for the past 8.5 years. Those 19 are FGO, Azure Lane, Arknights, Genshin, Nikkei, Star Rail, Ether Gazer, Snowbreak, Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero, GFL 2, Exedra, Brown Dust 2, Uma Musume, Horizon Walker, CZN, Duet Night Abyss, and Arknight's Enfield. Of note, I used to play Girls for Online 1 as well for 6 years before finally dropping it 2 years ago. NTE looks like it'll launch sometime this year, so that'll be my 20th gacha. I plan to pick up a few more gachas when they launch, those being Silver Palace, Azure Parmelia, and Ananta, and
I will not lie. As impressive as that is, right? To have like 19 fucking gotchas that you're playing at one fucking time. Bro. I think that there's a point where I think we get to a scale where maybe there's a section where too many gotchas are too many gotchas, bro. I'm just gonna say, man. Like, I think there gets to a point where there's just too many. Like, holy shit, man.
And I'm interested in maybe one day playing Limbus Company, Reverse 1999, PGR, and Stella Sora. And when I rattle off all these names for all my gacha games, whether I play them right now or I'm interested in playing them in the future, don't confuse me for even a second for those Twitter engagement farmers posting pictures that probably aren't even theirs to begin with of their phones with a whole bunch of like gacha apps on them talking about how they're so addicted to gacha games. Chances are most of them are gachas that they downloaded once, played once for like a day or maybe a few days or so, and then never touched again after that. In case this isn't somehow abundantly clear by now, I fucking love gacha games. I mean, I'd hope so too, since I think having someone play almost like 20 different gacha games every single day, if they didn't like it, would probably be a hate crime somehow. Or like, at least be classified as like a cruel and unusual punishment somewhere. It's kind of complicated to explain why exactly I love them so much. Obviously, I got my fair share of waifus, particularly of the pink-haired, fat titty variety, of which gacha games got me that's for sure. But if that were the only reason why I like gachas, then that doesn't explain why I try to level up every single character in my gacha accounts, at least for the games where I feel like it's possible for me to do so. Yes, even the dudes.
Dude could straight up start a fucking business tomorrow. Well, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you're playing 19 gachas, right? Just start making email accounts and start fucking building up accounts and everything. And when you get them to a certain point, you start selling those accounts for like $20, $30 a piece. And if you got a really good account that you can sell for like $100, $200, maybe even like fucking $500, $600, you can make a whole entire business fucking just playing gacha and selling the goddamn gacha accounts. There's people out there who fucking buy that shit.
Give a fuck if Varka ain't meta, he's fucking cool, bitch. You can call me Cosmo with the way I too yearn for true gender equality. The simplest way that I can explain why I like gachas so much is because of the grind that you have to put into them. You can be the luckiest son of a bitch on the planet, or I guess the richest for that matter, and pull all the characters you want, but ain't nothing gonna get those characters all leveled up or properly geared out unless you decide to put in the hours to grind for the materials and gear. And yes, I'm aware that there are people out there who pay others, called pilots, I think they're called, to grind your accounts for you, and it shouldn't surprise you to know that I think that's fucking lame. But hey, I don't really consider people who pay for those pilots to be gacha players in the first place anyway. I come from an FPS background, at least, before I got into gacha games. When I first made this channel 15 years ago, I started off making videos on the first online game that I ever got into, called Combat Arms, an old school free-to-play first-person shooter made by Nexon back in like 2007, 2008 or so. And I grinded that game for 9 straight years. I also really enjoy playing 7 Days to Die, which is a zombie survival game that has sorta kinda similar mechanics, building mechanics that is, to Minecraft, where you gotta gather resources like food, gear, and ammo to survive weekly Blood Moon hordes. And I used to grind weapon camos for the COD games, and most recently in Black Ops 6. I grew up with the grind, born in it, molded by it even, you know how that goes. even before I was introduced to gacha games. So when I did get into them, I did 16-hour farming sessions in FGO grinding out lottery events before most of you even knew what gacha games were back then. Back when we first got Theater and Genshin a couple years ago, and when most people were complaining about how you had to have so many characters leveled up and invested now to do it, I was one of the very few individuals who were like, fuck yeah, put me in, coach. This is exactly what I've been waiting for, since I have every single character in that game all max level, all max skills, minus crowns because you can't farm those, and their own dedicated gear. To me, there is something very special about the grind in gacha games, in particular that makes them, in my opinion, so satisfying to play. Characters are the main content in any gacha. Your goal, assuming you want them in the first place, is to acquire them somehow, either through grind or good old-fashioned money. And once you get them, you then ideally get them all leveled up and geared out so that way they're ready to take on any content that you want to use them in. Oftentimes, that involves endgame, but even if it doesn't, right, it still feels nice to actually use the brand new characters that you just pulled and put resources into. Plus, the fact that gacha games focus on characters makes the grind all that much more satisfying. In, I don't know, normal games, you don't really have like individual characters to focus on. I mean, in some games like Project Zomboid, sure, you might get attached to your current character since there's permadeath in that game, so if your character dies, you lose all the skill progression you had on them, and so you're forced to start all over again on a brand new character. But the point is, in normal games, right, you don't need to worry as much about how you're going to acquire new characters and gear. If one of your characters dies, yeah, that sucks, I'm sure, but you can always start over. I can lose a 6 quality TAC AR doing a raid, and yeah, I'll wish I didn't, but at the end of the day, I can always just make another after enough grind. But it's a much different experience in gacha because typically you gotta pull them from the gacha banners first, and that's much harder to do because you either need to grind those games first to get enough gems to pull the characters you want, assuming you're even guaranteed them at all, or you gotta start swiping that credit card. And as much as we all love bitching about how much gacha sucks and paywalling characters behind them feels terrible, which is a completely valid point, I'm not trying to take anything away from that, what that also does, for better or for worse, is make players value the characters and weapons they do end up pulling a lot more, because we all know how hard it can
that's
be
actually
to get them
agreeable.
at all. I mean, just look at all the people out there who love flexing their lucky ass gacha pulls. Bonus points.
I mean, when you think of it like this, right? Like, you know how many fucking people, like, straight up get mad? Like, they pull a cat. Dude, this is fucking funny. I had someone that did this shit to me, right? Where they got mad that they pulled, like, a certain fucking character in a game, right? And then 6 months later, they have a fucking complete, like, regret for pulling a certain character and shit. And it's like, at that point in time when you were playing this game, there is a value that came with that character. That character helped you to level up to the next part. And yeah, this character over here comes out. It's a fucking better character. It's the best fucking character in the goddamn game. It's better fucking, whether it be like a fucking stunner, whether it be a fucking DPS, whether it be thing. It'd be like fucking, you pull for Ellen Joe, then a Miyabi comes in. But Ellen Joe carried you until Miyabi came in. Miyabi carried you until Yijuan comes in, right? And then Yijuan carried you all the way till you get fucking Yi. There is a thing to which I think people end up forgetting the value of the particular characters that they have. And I would think that, like, F2P players in particular should understand that, like, you grind it, you pulled, you won, you got this, you built it. There should be a bigger value around that character than what anyone else fucking says. Especially if it helped level up your game at that particular time and carried your ass.
If they also say free to play, by the way, at the end. Unless, of course, you're one of those pity builders who accidentally got spooked by characters that they didn't want while building pity. Though, if you ask me, I prefer calling them compulsive gamblers who should never enter a casino for their own sake instead. That and there's the whole parasocial aspect of characters being a lot easier to connect with, so to say, in gacha games. Gacha characters come with their own animations and professional voice acting, and when you pull them from gacha banners, they are yours. They are your gacha characters. Throw on top of this the fact that gacha games are, at the end of the day, random loot boxes where luck can absolutely play a huge factor for a lot of players out there, in the sense that you never know if you'll get a 5-star character early before your soft pity, or if your absolute last Hail Mary on your account is finally the one to get you that character you've been grinding for so long to get. And you finally start to understand the appeal that gacha games have that I think almost no other genre can quite match. So it's not just that I'm some bootleg filthy Frank and I just really like grinding gacha games. No, I also enjoy these games as a whole-ass genre. Matter of fact, I truly believe that gacha games must be classified as their own genre because their gameplay loops are fundamentally
I missed the body pillows. Body pillows were great.
Normal games because of the kind of grind that's associated with them. Thus, I began to pick up more gacha games pretty early on because I was curious to know how...
Go back.
To explore, because I was curious.
Dude, look at that. Look at the back wall, bro. Look at that back wall. Look at the big fucking titty waifus in the background. Look at that shit, bro. Like, all you had to do was clean his bed up a little bit. That's about it. Otherwise, like, holy shit. Like, come on, man. You're telling me you wouldn't want fucking goddamn fucking body pillows like that to where when you lay down at night, you can see all the big fucking anime titties next to you? God damn, man. Yeah, I love that shit.
Curious to know how other gacha games did things differently, to explore them basically. And to this day, I still haven't lost that curiosity. In fact, I've actually been starting new gachas more frequently as the year.
Yeah, he needs more, dude. There's so much empty space. He needs more body pillows.
Future gacha games will do to continue honing and improving the gacha formula that we know so far, and to continue learning more about them along the way, studying both the things that gacha games so far have done well and the things that they haven't done as well. So what does all this have to do with calling myself the god of gacha exactly? Well, I've admitted this before, and I'll admit it again. It's kind of fucking corny to call myself that. Like, you don't see other people in other areas call themselves something like that now, do you? Like, Magnus Carlsen ain't out here calling himself the god of chess, at least.
No, I'm the god of fucking ZZZ.
I don't think so. Shohei Ohtani ain't out here calling himself the god of baseball. Zayn isn't calling himself the god of melee, though.
I have a picture of St. Toad's Prince on my wall. Dude. Okay. I had this conversation today. We're going to take a break from this. I had this conversation today. All right. And it's a question that was presented to me that I want to present to each and every one of y'all. And I want you to think very, very hard about this. Okay. So my friend and I get into this Discord conversation and we're talking for a good bit. And he brings up, all these isekais that come out, right? And I was like, yeah. And we talked about my history with isekais for a little bit and everything, how, I spent like 6 months straight watching isekais, and every single isekai is the same exact fucking goddamn plot line. And it's like, think of it like this. I want you to think of something. I was like, what's that? What if you were reincarnated as Saint Tonus? What would you do? And I'm like, what? He's like, I think it would be an epic fucking goddamn isekai. And he's like, he wants to see like a series be created about fucking being reincarnated as Saint Tonus. I'm just leaving that as food for thought. Give you guys an idea. Like, if you were Saint Tonus, you woke up one morning and you're in the body of Saint Tonus, what would you do? I would type, but YouTube would ban me. Just reroll. God damn, man. That's a little harsh, man. You You have everything at your disposal. What do you do?
That might not be the best analogy to make here, given these guys. Point is, there are people out there who are among the absolute or are the absolute best in what they do, and they don't feel the need to call themselves gods or anything. And ideally, yeah, I would also never call myself something as crass as the god of gacha either. I actually respect guide makers and the people who are truly skilled at their gachas, people like Zajev, Sweetly, and Rexlent, far more than myself as far as like creators are concerned, because their content should, under normal circumstances, be a lot more valuable to their respective communities than just someone like me who just streams himself grinding a whole lot of them. For as much as I love grinding gacha games and think that more people out there should try to do the same, I also don't believe that just because I main double-digit gacha games automatically lets me call myself something like the god of it either. So what the hell exactly is my problem? Oh, I'll tell you what my fucking problem is, ladies and gentlemen. It's the bastard I've been roasting for almost this entire video. Him and the rest of his cancerous, sewer-sucking cohort of rats. It's no secret that most gacha players' experience with gacha games first started with Genshin Impact, and that even to this day, most gacha players out there only know of like the big production ones, or the big five as I call them: Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, and most recently, Arknight's Enfield. But while they may be the biggest ones in terms of general recognition and popularity, they are by no means the only gacha games that exist.
No, they're not.
Which means that many gacha players out there only know gacha as a genre through the narrow lens of like 5 or less games. On top of the players not really knowing a whole lot about gacha games, many, if not most creators are the exact same in the sense that they only started making gacha content after Genshin popped off, whether intentionally or not. Normally, content creators are supposed to be the ones teaching a brand new audience about their respective games. But when gacha games took off with Genshin 5 years ago, because the vast majority of streamers and YouTubers getting into them were just as clueless as the rest of the community, they simply absorbed the knowledge and conclusions of said community and parroted them to their own viewers without thinking too hard about them or putting in some extra effort to validate them. Or, even worse, they made up their own dog shit takes about gacha games to share with their own viewers and sometimes even the community at large, which is exactly what the rats like St. Tontus have been doing for the past 2 years. And 5 years after Genshin's initial launch and the genre of gacha games going mainstream for the first time along with it, I don't think the overall situation has changed much. Yes, mainstream gacha players do know a bit more about gacha games as a whole genre nowadays compared to like 5 years ago, but I can still count on my daily Twitter doom scrolls to keep fetching me stupid-ass takes that I see about gacha games from some random-ass Star Rail or Genshin casual. That is precisely where I, as someone who's grinded gachas beyond what most people can even fathom as humanly possible, feel the need to step in to help educate the wider community about what gacha games are really like, and to do so as fairly as possible, without the emotional outbursts or manipulative rhetoric that you so often see others do whenever they talk about gacha. If it were just stupid Genshin casuals not knowing what the fuck they're talking about whenever they try to talk trash on other gacha games and that's all we had to deal with, then no, I wouldn't have felt the need to call myself the god of gacha. That would have been unnecessary, overkill even. No, what got me to start calling myself that is because of the rats, because St. Tontus began gaining traction as the grifting piece of shit creator that he always was. Because it's one thing for the community at large to come to bad conclusions naturally, but it's another thing entirely for creators like St. Tontus to spread their fuck-ass takes so prolifically and so corrosively as they do with their viewers and potentially with the community as well. Especially because they're doing it for their own gain and not even in the best interest of the gachas that they do like. I think now's a good time to remind you all that St. Tontus was...
Look, I I gotta pause it here. I gotta say something here on this one. It's not just fucking like, no offense here. Okay, I get what Tuhu's getting at, but I'm gonna tell you right now. Just because you have someone like say Tonas is in the gacha community, okay, doesn't mean that the mass majority of this is like this. Let me tell you something. You got fucking people who's even in the FGC, right? That are casual players that don't know the games professionally. That they're not sitting there and they're not labbing the game. They're not learning combos. They're not doing shit. They're just playing the fucking game and they're fucking getting a massive amount of viewership, where you got a guy like Tuhu basically who's played every single fucking fighting game that you could put him, you could go play fucking Street Fighter 2 fucking Championship Edition on a fucking Sega Genesis with this guy, and this guy's gonna kick your ass because he still remembers to the fucking day back from the 1990s every single fucking combo in it. You're going to have what I guess you call the grifters, the fucking people out there is going to be the people like Saint in every single type of fucking community. And you're going to have your fucking experts that's going to be there. The thing about this is that there is going to be a portion of the community, like myself, I think. I like to go ahead and consider myself this. I like ZZZ. I'm like an HSR right now. I don't give a fuck about Genshin. I don't give a fuck about this gacha game. I don't give a fuck about that gacha. I think WUWA is a good game. I'm not going to spend my entire life sitting at a fucking chair and playing these games day in, day out for fucking 30 fucking hours plus and grinding and everything else and trying to learn every single little fucking part of the system. What I learn is good enough. Again, these communities have different, it's just like a fighting game community. They have different factions that is built into them. Tuhu will probably be a person that is in the faction of gacha gaming as a whole, that he has a complete understanding of how each of these gacha systems work, so that way when a new gacha system comes out, a new gacha game comes out, he already recognizes the gacha system. He already recognizes the character building style. He already understands it better than someone who just, you know, jumps right in. They just came from playing HSR into this new gacha game that has no complete clue about it, right? But the thing is, I'm just going to say, like, as much as we're talking about, like, St. Tonas and everyone else being rats and spreading misinformation, regardless of the gaming community, this shit has happened every single time in so many places. I've been in the Dark Souls community. We had them in there. You have it to where you got people who pretend they understand the fucking lore shit in fucking Dark Souls, and they don't know jack shit. They don't understand things, but they're making fucking videos. You got people out there who's taking us, who's part of a different community, like the Sonic the Hedgehog community, that's trying to make all these types of claims and stuff like this, that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. You're going to have these people everywhere. It sucks, okay? And particularly in reason, like even the FGC, you got your LTGs, right? Now, the difference, though, is someone like LTG, though, can back up his saying, can back up his shit a little bit, okay? I after so many years of shit talking and fucking with people, I gotta give credit to fucking low tier god. The average fucking player cannot beat LTG. Will not be able to beat LTG in Tekken or fucking Street Fighter, or particularly any games that he is actually good at. Because LTG does have an actual good fucking understanding of those games. But you got your DSPs, you got these people that's out there. Okay? It gets to the point where you call them out, right? And it's where it's like St. Tonas is right now. Let's be fair, let's be honest. Okay? St. Tonas has been finally called out this last year really, really fucking hard. Okay? He's still doing what he's doing. He's not going to stop. He's never going to stop. That's the thing that everyone's got to understand. He's not going to stop. But Here's the thing. You go take a look at like AV's video over there, okay? That like visual guy, and you look at the comment section of where fucking Saintonis is threatening the guy, like, let's talk, or otherwise I will destroy this video on a live stream. It's the same fucking type of commentary that he made to Arikado. You read all the return comments on that, and you're going to see that there's 100+ comments all against Saintonis because they all realize he's a lol cow. As of now, the community as a whole, there's nothing more to really fucking do when it comes to Saint. It's, if anything, Saint has lost his reputation before he lost his reputation to a certain number of people, right? A handful of people, right? But the mass majority respected him. As of recent, with the stuff with Captain Cabinets, the stuff against like Tuhu, the stuff against like Skull CJ, and so forth, and all these other things, and everybody's coming in and showcasing. There's really, all we're doing is regurgitating these arguments, right? It's over. It's over for Saint. It's over for Saint in the terms that he is now no longer considered a reputable source of content for gacha. He is now completely entertainment. He's a comedian now. This was a guy that before was looked at like an actual action star, hero, Hollywood actor that has now transformed into a comedian. And the mass majority of people have realized, and it took 2 years, but has realized the guy is a fucking joke. And a lot of people who still watch him and everything else that's still there, they're not there for his fucking takes. They're there for the fucking farming. They're there for the drama. And they're hoping that something's going to happen and it's going to start another fucking chain reaction like the shit with Skull CJ, the shit with Captain Cavs. A new chain reaction is going to happen, and that's what they're there for. They're hoping that someone else enters the battle that's going to be a notable, worthy opponent that's going to take on Saintonis. They don't give a fuck about it. Again, this has become Big Brother House. The drama around Saintonis is Big Brother House. People are here for the fucking show. People aren't here to say Saint's right or wrong. All they know is Saint's a joke. They have their regards to some people like myself, to people like Captain Cat. They have their own personal feelings about certain people, right? But at the end of the day, it don't fucking matter. It's just like, oh boy, is Saint going to do something today that's going to start some shit? Oh boy, is anything new going to happen with Mr. Pokey? Oh boy, is Mugen going to jump in on this fight? That's where we're at. That's why people are sitting there and they're waiting. He's a joke. It's over. In the last 2 months, in particular, the last month, Saint's credibility has dropped drastically. And right now, all we're doing is we're waiting to see what's the next big thing that's going to happen. That's going to continue this epic saga of season 2 of the mask behind the clown. That's it. And when you're getting filler episodes and nothing's really happening, there's nothing really to talk about. Right now, I think right now, season 2 so far of Saintonis right now, in this beginning these last few episodes, has been actually kind of fucking boring. There's really nothing that has stimulated since the end of season 1 that has made this worthy of actually watching right now.
Not invited to KuroFest last year, when Kuro Game also specifically invited other creators who mainly played Hoyo games. Oh, What's that? The clown didn't go because he didn't want to or whatever? Yeah, a clout chasing, propaganda pushing Kim Jong-un clone like him not wanting to go to Kurofest? Yeah, alright buddy, keep bouncing on that WUWA dildo some more and maybe you'll get invited this year. The way I see it, when you have bad actors like him doing the things they do and running rampant in this space, there is almost nothing you can do to combat them effectively, because to do that, you must have a community who already has a basic grasp of the game or the genre that they're playing. The narratives and the propaganda that St. Tontus and the other rats are constantly pushing.
You know, it's also very telling when Kuro Games does not fucking fully support you, that they're not gonna fight you into sponsorship deals and stuff like this, and other content creators who are doing Hoyoverse content and everything else is getting these sponsorship deals. I mean, it's very telling about the type of content. And Saint's excuse and argument has been the fact that he's never accepted a sponsorship because he wants to be able to tell the truth. You know, he doesn't want to be locked behind an NDA where he's got to talk good all the time. You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? Isn't that a contradiction to the argument that he made about the Hoyoverse content creators? That they're getting paid to talk good about Hoyoverse and never shut up, right? So you're telling me that Kuro Game does the same practice? So in order to be a CC for Kuro Games, according to St. Tonus' own words, you have to do the same exact practices that he is saying that Hoyoverse is forcing content creators to do. And the reason why he has not taken, that he's been offered it, because I've heard him say this, he's been offered it before, but he did not take it, was because he did not agree with him having to adjust the truth. So if Weather and Waves does something bad, he wants to speak his mind. So basically, what you admit it in that regards, and the reason why you don't have a sponsorship, if that's the case, you just admitted that Kuro Games is doing this very same exact practices as Hoyoverse. Now, honestly, I don't think he's ever been offered a Kuro Game sponsorship. I don't think he's ever been offered one. But I remember those streams where he did say that, when people talked about that shit, right? And it was just him saying that he wanted to be able to speak the truth. And it's just like, well, dude, if you're going to say it like this, you're just admitting that Kuro Games, it would put you under an NDA, under a contract, and you would not be allowed to speak freely about the game. Which is the same thing you fought about the Hoyoverse content creators, and that they're under contract, so they're not allowed to do A, B, and C either. It's the same fucking practice. He said that Infield sponsored him. Nope. I can tell you right now, he is never going to get into the content creator program for AKE. He could fucking apply tomorrow. He's not getting into it. Because you know what's funny? You know what's actually funny? I don't even do Arc Knight's infield content, right? I'm an Arc Knight's infield content creator. I'm in the CC server. And St. Tonos has been mentioned multiple times in that fucking server. And we've already had a staff reporting saying, "Don't worry, he will not be permitted to join the fucking the program." Like, there was actually a worry for a little bit by some people who was in the CC server that made mention to staff, and the staff had to do a report to assure people that they will not allow Saint to come into it. The same thing for NTE. Because we're also a CC for NTE. That NTE has already denied that application. Like, I haven't. I'm in these CC servers. Like I'm in there. It's just in case no one fucking believes it, right? Infield Industrial Creators. The Create Center right here. Both of them. There they are. Right under mine. I'm in both the CC. I'm in both the fucking actual content creator fucking Discords. And the statements that are in there was to assure the content creators who are in there, you don't have to worry about this.
Aren't some like 200 IQ big brain thought processes. No, they're either some like badly distorted interpretation of a situation that they arbitrarily come up with and then latch onto, or manipulative rhetoric that relies on inflating what somewhat accurate facts that they do happen to find in order to fabricate false and misleading narratives out of them. All you need to see through them is a basic understanding of gacha games, or at least enough experience playing them to know better. Yet it's precisely because the gacha community as a whole does not possess such basic knowledge, or at least not enough of it in my opinion, that rats like the god of losing court cases and the god of sucking tectones and WUWA's dicks are able to get away with shoving their dogshit narratives down the throats of anyone who's unfortunate enough to come across their content. There was almost nobody who was well equipped enough back then, when the rats were first starting to make themselves known, to look at what they were doing and say, hey, like, that ain't cool. And to
the phone went off. The phone went off.
We should have had,
bro, go back.
to make themselves known, to look at what they were doing and say, hey, like, that ain't cool.
Dude, that would have annoyed the shit out of me. I've been recording a video for so long. We're like, what, from the beginning of here at 1 hour and 19 minutes all the way to 1 hour and 35 fucking minutes right here. Dude, to hear my phone and realize that it was not silent, that would have pissed me the fuck off. St. Tonis probably was messaging him at that time. No, but like the thing about it is, like I said, like, yeah, we've had content creator servers that the actual staff has come out and made claims that, hey, yeah, this man's not allowed here. Because, dare I say, nobody in these communities, like fucking AKE, like NTE, wants him associated with them. Like, he's not going to get a actual company sponsorship if the company's already assuring the mass amount of content creators that is part of these fucking creator servers, saying, hey, yeah, don't worry about this individual. We already know about him. We already understand the content and the way that it's described. We will not allow them in. Because it's been asked over and over. He's already locked in on NTE. I don't know if he's going to attack NTE, but if he's going to try to apply and they deny him, which is what they stated in the content creator server, he is denied. Like, they have a list of different accounts that is there. He's not allowed to be part of the content creator server, and that's what the staff told us. Same thing for fucking Arc Knights. Not to worry.
And to be fair to the rats, honestly, we should have had more content creators back then out there well before WUWA ever came out, trying to correct the bad takes that Genshin players kept spraying all over Twitter and HoYoLab. Maybe, if we had done that, then we wouldn't even have a rat infestation problem right now in the first place. But no point in dwelling on what ifs, we gotta talk reality. And the reality is that I am the absolute best creator in the Western gacha space to fight the rats. The best way to fight against propaganda is to be properly informed. And if you're not, you gotta take the time to become properly informed. Knowledge is what allows you to see through the narratives.
That's 100% fucking true. That's 100% true. Look, I have stated this multiple times when it comes down to Saint. He makes a statement that I don't agree with, or I find is fishy, or I find is weird. I could go ahead and boldface say that he's a fucking liar, or I could do my due diligence, go get informed about it, and present what my findings are. We did this with fucking, like, St. Jonas got on his channel, right, about the CN Rover, the actress, right? And if you actually go translate the fucking goddamn conversations, you actually, even with piss poor fucking AI doing it, and you put it in chronological order, not show this message and that is of at 12 o'clock at night, and then show a message that happened at 6 o'clock the previous morning. You showcase it in actual, hey, this is what happened at A, B, C, D, E, F, G junction. You get a totally different story than what fucking St. Jonas had ever provided. You will find out that, yeah, she added people from the XJJ quote-unquote terrorist group to go ahead and ask them to stop harassing this particular fan, this particular person. You find out that the victim has not actually been doxxed at all, that the victim never had anything happen to them, that they stole the account from their friend and they were using it, and that their friend who actually owned the account was the one getting doxxed. So there was 3 parties involved, not 2. You find out more that's going involved around this, and then you find out that Saint did not know jack shit about this. That he just put up a narrative that the CN Rover was a voice actress, also did fucking Hoyo, and was a fucking counter agent to fucking Kuro and needs to be in jail. Where the girl was, you know, she made mistakes. I won't deny it. She made some mistakes, but at the end of the day, she was trying her best to help the victim since the very beginning. And then when you found out that the victim, when she found out, and we found out that the victim was not the victim, and that the actual account holder had to admit that, yeah, the person who was on this account was not me. It was someone, it was my friend, it was someone else. Now you understand why Turtle Girl fucking lawyered up. Because now the person that she was talking to, the quote-unquote victim, has been lying to her since the very fucking beginning. And everything that they were doing was to harass and to hurt her. Did St. Jonas do the full story? Did St. Jonas go in Billy? Did St. Jonas watch the video from Turtle Girl and take every single screen message that she had shown up that was in Chinese, screen capture it, and put it in there and read the date and time and fucking put in chronological order like we fucking did and go through everything from A to Z? No. The bro thought he had enough information by just saying, oh, she fucking added XJJ members, so she's a Hoyo. It's like the one comment that was made in particular, right? There was the one comment that really felt fishy. Is where the quote-unquote victim told Turtle Girl, CN Rover's voice actress, to apologize, and CN Rover fucking said, I have 60,000 Hoyo fans, I'm not going to apologize, ha ha ha. If you actually translate the message, you actually read the message, and you actually see the context of the message, she's told the victim that I have 60,000 rabid dog fans that are Hoyoverse people. And that I don't want you to get involved with attacking them because they are known to do bad shit. So in the very beginning, she did not go ahead and be like, I'm not going to apologize because of 60,000 fucking goddamn Hoyo fans. She was alerting the victim that if you keep harassing, these people are going to take it wrong and they're going to hurt you. And she was trying to give advice and says, let me do something here. What else can I do to try to help mitigate the situation between us? We even got from the victim telling the friend with their own text messages between those two that the victim said, yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't like the girl and I wanted to fucking troll her. And I wasn't thinking that you would be doxxed. My bad. Like, this was a whole situation that when you find out the actual context behind it, it paints a whole totally different picture than what Saintonus brought. And that's what happens when you actually get informed.
See through the lies that people like St. Tontus are trying to feed you for their own gain. And who better to learn about gacha from than the dude who spent years playing them and actively keeps up with 20 of them at this point. And not just the big ones either, but also plenty of smaller gachas for a much more comprehensive picture on the genre as a whole. If you'll excuse stroking my own ego for a little bit longer, I am the complete foil to St. Tontus. I play more gachas than he can name. He can barely play one and utterly fails at others. There's a good fucking reason why St. Tontus was never invited to Sweetly's second WUWA creator tournament, probably because she beat his ass too badly in the first one. I take time to produce each of my videos, and each of them take anywhere between a few days to even weeks to produce. He jizzes out 3 or 4 videos a day, and they're all just regurgitated stream content that he recycles to double dip with his own content. I want my viewers to be responsible consumers of gacha content, while he wants his own viewers to just be his personal minions that he can farm for views and harass other creators with. Most importantly, I care about gacha games, which is something that I'm not sure how many other people in this space can also say with a straight face like I can. I have spent years playing them, grinding them, spending both a lot of my time and money on them to enjoy them and to learn more about them. So that way, I, as a gacha creator, can share my experiences and the lessons that I've learned along the way with those who are willing to listen, in the hopes that they will avoid what I did wrong and make the gacha community just a little bit better informed in the process. St. Tontus, on the other hand, does not care about gacha games in the fucking slightest, despite any claims that I'm sure he'll make to try to say otherwise. With how much he idolizes one gacha game in particular, and unfortunately for the rest of us, it's Wuthering Waves, he doesn't truly appreciate it as a gacha. He simply uses it as a pedestal from which he can preach his acidic, deranged narratives onto as many people passing by as he can. He's not even a dedicated Hoyo hater anymore. Like, how can I keep calling him that when about half the videos that he's shat onto his YouTube channel in the past month have been nothing but Enfield hate videos? Hell, you can even say that St. Tontus at this point is the primary reason why I even bother calling myself the god of gacha still. I am the god to his Antichrist, the South Korea to his north. Because even though my only claim to fame in the gacha scene is simply how long I've been playing gachas for and how many of them that I play at this point, when I look around at other gacha creators and see myself surrounded by absolute jackasses and heathens, people who denigrate and degrade the very games they themselves play and oftentimes make money off of by doing content for, yeah, I might as well call myself a god because I certainly fucking feel like one compared to them. No, he simply hates gacha games and is only here because it makes him money. Even on the off chance that he doesn't actually hate gacha games somehow, he certainly has no qualms about raping them for his own benefit, pleasure even. Again, he's learned from the worst. With the way he constantly distorts and bastardizes the facts to fit his own convenient narratives, or the way he weaponizes his own audience to attack others in this space. Again, Rusty has another segment that perfectly describes St. Tontus. Just replace Stephen A. Smith for the clown.
But where he's really crossed the line in the past is when he steps outside of the sports bubble. Stephen A. Smith was seemingly everywhere even before I became an adult, but his presence has really become oversaturated in recent years. Not necessarily in terms of relevance, but in terms of the sheer amount of yappage that this man gets off. I mean, he is talking all day, every day. It is hard work to be as dedicated as he is to quantity, but on the other hand, it comes at the consequence of sacrificing quality. Again, we see the big equals good theory at play, and I think a less reductive way to phrase that could be that when it comes to journalism, Stephen A. cares about the means way more than the ends. Stephen A. says a lot. So many words leave that man's mouth every day, but he simultaneously says so little. He has prioritized saying as much as possible over valuing his word and saying things as meaningfully as possible. In fact, I wouldn't even say it's really prioritizing, because that implies that one gets more over the other. No, he has sacrificed quality at the altar in exchange for as much quantity as possible. He's chasing growth for growth's sake. Change for the sake of change. Not in the name of progress, not in honor of the truth. It is just for the sake of making money off of reaching for the third rail.
It's not about us. It's about the money.
But for the sake of fairness, I don't think the rats are the only problem with the gacha space. They may be the single biggest one right now, but to me, there's also another one that I feel obligated to bring up. The fact that many creators out there are, quite frankly, scared to confront the rats, assuming of course that they know about them. It's either that or they just don't want to deal with them. And yes, I'm aware that in recent times the rats, St. Tontas especially, have come under heavy criticism, and of course that's great. I'll talk more about that later, but that still doesn't change the fact that many creators would rather duck their heads down and do nothing even as they themselves get harassed and attacked. Like, I get it, it's a headache that you don't want to deal with, and I'm certainly not trying to advocate for creators to make more drama content per se. God knows we have enough of that already, especially with this video. But in my opinion, at this point with how much the rats like St. Tontas have been ratting their asses off for the past 2 years, if you look at them and what they are doing and continue to turn a blind eye to them, and you still insist on calling yourself a gotcha content creator, then you are either a coward or you don't really give a shit about the genre.
The thing about it is, look, you got to look at it both ways, right? You got to look at it, okay? A lot of people ignore the quote-unquote rats and everything else, okay? Mainly for the fact that it is the perception that if you don't give this person, right, a platform to talk, that it will die. And a lot of people thought this way with someone like St. Tontas. They really did. They just figured, you know, it's a fad. Saint is a person who's going to come in, talk his spiel, and after about 6 months to a year, maybe, he's just going to fade off, and no one's going to care about it, right? Because look, you see content creators come into different spaces, whether it's a gacha space, whether it's in the FGC, whether it's whatever. You'll see them in the Dark Souls community. They'll come in, they'll be the shining light for a little while, and then, poof, you don't hear about them again, right? The anthill never grew into a mountain, all right? The problem fixed itself because the community fixed the problem, because the community didn't acknowledge it. It went bye-bye. So when you don't acknowledge something, the issue typically goes away. But you have certain circumstances, and Saint's one of these circumstances, that is like the check engine light of your fucking car. It came on. There's really no problem with your car. Your car still starts. Your car still brakes. Your car still moves. There's no issue. You ignore the check engine light, right? Yeah, it could be whatever. It could be a computer issue. It's not a big deal. My car's still operating perfectly fine. And then 6 months down the road, the car starts running a little rough. Six more months after that, the car actually starts acting up. And then another year comes in, the car actually does not want to turn on. Now the fucking problem, because you fucking ignored it when it was there, has grown to be a substantial fucking problem. And a lot of people, like I said, when it comes into these spaces and content creation, don't think about the check engine light scenario. They're just thinking that if I don't platform this person, I don't talk about this person, I don't fucking deal with this person, the problem will go away. And one thing, like when it came down to like the Zenless Zone Zero community, you gotta admit, man, like ZZZ community with WUWA, with Saint, ZZZ community practically had no dealings with Saint. It was HSR, it was Genshin. It was nothing to do with ZZ. ZZ was fine until Saint came in and had enough, and he started talking shit about ZZ, and then the problem grew into ZZZ. The problem grew into Arknight's Enfield. The problem's going to grow into NTE. The problem's going to grow into Silver Palace. The problem's going to grow as far as it wants to grow. It's going to continue. Now, you've got people who are starting to realize that, yeah, we fucked up. We shouldn't have never ignored it. I've had this conversation with a lot of different content creators already. A lot of different content creators have come in and they have stated, you know what? I was one of those people who ignored this. I didn't think, I thought, you know what? The problem was going to solve itself. And it never did. So I get the reason why people did what they did. And I get the reason why everything is the way it is now. I get the reason why you have CJ that continues farming Saint. I got the reason why he keeps attacking him and poking him. I understand why you got new content creators like Egg that comes out that's doing what they're doing. I understand the reason why who's doing what he's doing. I understand the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. Okay? We're seeing it. It's because the problem never went the fuck away. The problem just grew. And it gets to a point to where you're getting tired of a growing problem and you just feel like you got to do something about it. And we're at a stage right now to where, like, I'm going to be honest. Like, particularly, like, I could talk about Saint all fucking day long. I don't give a fuck. I could talk about him all fucking day long. We could continue doing these podcast style fucking reactions and everything. I don't fucking mind. But I'm going to tell you, it gets tiresome. Because right now, in particular, I think the situation is at a standstill. This is why the last couple of live streams, I'm going back to the way I used to do things. I'm playing the games. I'm going back. I'm not really talking about Saint that much. Is because, in all honesty, we're not at a stage right now that we can continue off of. Everything's regurgitated. Everything's the same fucking goddamn arguments that we've been talking about for the last fucking 2 months now. It has not, there's nothing new enough that changes the conversation. This ain't like the Pokey versus Saint thing. Excuse me. This ain't like, okay, we have the content creators after Saint. Then all of a sudden, Saint brings in Pokey's name into this, which involves Pokey into this. Now we just changed it from a 1v9 to a 1v1. Then we have the situation where, you know, we're going into where this got into a fucking copyright fucking lawsuit, right? And then from that fucking point in time, we found out that one of the content creators actually dated him and then had this entire situation that happened. Where we're right now at a standstill. There is nothing Saint has done in the last 2 weeks that I could tell you right now that's worth really talking about. It's the same regurgitated shit. The only thing that was worth talking about, in my personal opinion, is the shit about fucking blatantly fucking accusing Hypergriff of fucking botting his channel and violating terms of services with Twitch. That was probably the only thing that was mentionable that we can mention, because like straight up, we're going into accusing a company of doing something and boldface fucking lying. Which, dare I say, Senpai wants Senpai fucking Hypergriff to fucking sue his ass for defamation. And we've already seen Hoyoverse fucking do it, so why the fuck wouldn't Arknight's Infield's fucking developers do it? I mean, when you got enough fucking videos on a fucking channel, basically all of it is just being a defamation case against them. Not just criticism, it is defamating the company and accusing them of breaking terms of services of Twitch, basically acting like this and doing all this shit. He's just opening himself up. And that's going to probably be the next big thing if it actually happens. That would be the next big thing to fucking talk about. And that's going to be a conversation for another fucking 2 weeks. And then maybe there'll be another content creator that's going to get involved in this kind of shit. Then that's going to be another conversation for 2 weeks. But right now, we're at a part where this war, quote unquote, is at a little bit of a standstill. Every now and then a grenade is thrown across the fucking planet, but there's no longer nuclear bombs being dropped. It's just a grenade or a rock that's being thrown across the fucking field. We're in a waiting game.
Gacha games are more of a bag for you than anything else. At least Gacha Smack admits it, so I can respect his honesty at the very least. So what about everyone else? Actually, don't answer that. Most gacha creators out here only play the big five, and the only way to get them to play anything else is to sponsor them, so I think I have my answer already. And I find this especially depressing because it's fine if they don't want to get down and dirty with the drama like me or others. I certainly don't want them to if it makes them uncomfortable or they feel like it's something that would harm their own channels. Not me though. I still occasionally get either St. Tontus or Tectone Orbiters coming to my stream trying to talk shit, and I deal with them accordingly, as you can see here. Tectone calls you the god of twinks? I don't want to hear that from someone who's the god of losing court cases and the god of sexual harassment. Also, do me a favor, ask Tectone why he roasted that one Shibuya Kaho lady on Twitter and calling her an ex-porn star when he's no better himself, fucking stripping naked on stream. Get back to me when he actually wins a court case for once. Maybe you should hire maybe like 5 more lawyers. I think that should do it. Little bitch. But it's more so that many of them will only do what I consider to be like the bare minimum of being a gacha creator. They get on stream, for example, play some Genshin or Star Rail, take your pick from one of the big 4 or 5 for a few hours. Maybe they'll do a sponsor segment where they check out some other gacha that they'll never touch again unless they get sponsored to play it again, and then log off. Or I guess you could be Mtashed, who says he's gonna quit gacha games for good in his recent video, just like the 50 other times he said the exact same thing every other week he's played Genshin. And it's not like it's just a few creators here and there who do this. No, this is like the cookie-cutter formula for many gacha streamers out there, which includes some whom I actually like or have some decent respect for. I got a lot of stuff going on in my life. The past 3 years have been pretty damn rough for me personally ever since I got laid off my comfy office job that I had for like 7 years up until that point. There's a lot of IRL bullshit that I gotta deal with on a regular basis, on top of still looking for a suitable job in the industry that I used to work in, or at least something similar. And I've been doing food delivery to help make ends meet in the meantime for the past several months. And yet, all that still hasn't stopped my ass from grinding gacha games and making content for it whenever I've got the time to. I'm not trying to say that other creators don't have their own personal shit going on in their lives that they gotta worry about either, or that somehow my struggles are worse than theirs or, anyone else's for that matter. But in the narrow context of gacha games, looking around at my fellow gacha creators, quite a few of whom even are able to make a whole ass living off of gacha content, let's just say that in hindsight, I don't find it a surprise in the slightest that the rats have become so pervasive in our space as they have. It shouldn't even be a brag for me to say in the first place that I simply play more gacha games than everyone else. In a more ideal timeline, we should be seeing more creators out there exploring more gachas and going out of their way to enjoy even the smaller, more obscure ones. Obviously, I don't expect people to end up maining like 20 different fucking gacha games like I do. That's clearly too much for any gacha player. But I do hold my fellow creators specifically up to a higher standard, especially those who are able to support themselves financially doing gacha content, be it partially or, if they're lucky enough, fully. I don't think there ought to be a hard number of how many gachas they should main or whatever, but giving other smaller gachas an honest chance would be really fucking nice, if only to expand their horizons and learn more about gacha games outside of the realm of like the big and popular. The problem is that that's not what we see a lot of the time now, is it? And in case your concern for them here is that they'll make less money creating content on lesser known gachas, here, take this and give it to them.
Give them a fucking job application. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I've tried a couple of different gachas. I've tried Grand Blue Fantasy. That was one that I fucking tried. I have tried like Devil May Cry Pika Combat. I have tried, Bleach Soul Resonance and stuff like this. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I've tried different gachas that has been suggested to me. Some of them that's not in the top fucking 5, right? The top 4. The reason why I haven't stuck with them is because, in all honesty, they don't really appeal to me. Like, I could sit here and tell you I like fucking big-ass fucking titty waifus and shit, but I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of the older gacha games, a lot of the smaller ones, some of them are fun. They have a good honeymoon phase, but it ends up getting to the point to where it's just that it's just not that interesting. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm still gonna try. I'm still gonna try different things. Like right now, I can tell y'all, like right this fucking second, right? I went ahead. I've been trying something else right now. I'm trying this Star Savior right now. I installed it. I'm trying it. It kind of feels like HSR to a certain degree, but there's particularly like no characters I'm really fucking completely fucking interested in. So I'm kind of like meh on that. I'm trying HSR. I know it's one of the top big 5. I have also started putting the time into Chaos Nightmare Zero, whatever the fuck it is. It's on my phone. I don't have it on the computer. I have it on my fucking phone. What's it fucking called? Chaos Zero Nightmare. I've been trying this out. It's not bad. I actually kind of like it. Right now, it's a toilet game. So when I'm taking a shit, I'm popping it on, and I play it. That's what it is. I actually deleted fucking Bleach Soul Resonance to install that. Because I wanted something different. You must take very long. Dude, I'm old. What do you fucking think, man? Like, I'm sorry. Like, right now, even if I even had to go ahead and pin right now, WUWA against HSR, I mean, WUWA, ZZZ against HSR, right? Like, ZZZ is still something I particularly care more about than HSR. Like, I'm just giving HSR a bigger fucking chance because I like Rappa. I really fucking like Rappa. So it's got a character I'm interested in. And then with Ashfield coming in, I'm really fucking interested in Ashfield. So maybe it's going to hold my interest a lot more. Fox, you're gonna, but a pet. Fuck off, fucking DVD.
If I can do DoorDash for up to 8 hours a day and still make this video, they can too. Also, maybe give one of these to St. Tontus too while you're at it. I have asked people this before, and so I will ask this again. Show me another Western gacha creator out there who plays as much, if not more gacha than me. Someone who also cares about gacha games anywhere near
Sticks!
as much as
Sticks!
I do.
Sticks! Sticks!
Oh, wait.
Sticks!
But unfortunately, I
Oh,
can
wait, no,
tell you
wait,
that
he's a
I'll be
fraud.
waiting here up in my ivory gotcha tower for a very long time. They say it's lonely at the top, but I didn't think it'd be like this. To close this chapter, I want to be very transparent with you and say that despite me calling myself the god of gacha or whatever, I myself am not a perfect creator. I'm certainly no role model, outside of gacha games anyway, since I can say some pretty nasty things myself. In this entire video, for example, I've basically been calling Saint Tontus a short-ass man whore, and I've had some very choice words for other rats like him in other videos. There's always some kind of drama that makes the rounds on gacha Twitter or just social media in general. And almost every time I look inside, right, it's some fuck-ass retarded take that gets spread around like Captain Cabinet spreads her legs for St. Tontus, or was it Itoma? Same difference. Around last year, I
What
started
the
a series
fuck?
called Delusional Gacha Takes, where I made videos commenting on what I saw
Holy shit. I did not know he went that fucking hard. What? I gotta see that again. I'm sorry. I gotta see that again.
in other
What
videos.
possessed him?
Always some kind of drama that makes the rounds on gacha Twitter or just social media in general. And almost every time I look inside, right, it's some fuck-ass retarded take that gets spread around like Captain Cabinet spreads her legs for St. Tontus, or was it Itoma? Same difference. Around last
That had to be fucking made like way before the fucking news of them actually dating happened. And like, just, dude, that is harsh as fuck. Holy fuck, bro. Holy shit. This video to me seemed like a man who is mad about being made fun of. He really didn't take a. Let me put it this way, right? Let me put it this way. In the beginning of this video, right? Setting the stage, all of this right here, I actually fucking like the video. Okay? Let me put it like this to you, Egg. I actually like the video of setting the stage, of setting all of this, because I think all of this right here in particular was done very well. Like this documentary style with the editing, everything else, him, how he talked about everything. All of this was really fucking good. The moment we got into the rat race, the clown behavior, and where we're at right now, I can see your point, and I agree with it. This has now gone beyond actually dismantling anything with St. Tonus. This is just indubitably just being like, hey, St. Tonus bad. Okay? And not really. Let me put it this way. I don't want to hurt someone like Tuhu's feelings, because I think Tuhu is a good guy. But I will say it like this. This almost feels like it is another. This feels like another version of St. Tonus that's attacking St. Tonus. Like, it's just not as bad as St. Tonus. But there's so many fucking things about fucking Tectone. There's so many things about Saint in here, but mostly like with even Tectone and such, and with all, it's just, it's like Tuhu got lost in the sauce. Like, I'm gonna be honest. The very beginning of this video was really fucking good. The setting of the stage was really fucking good. And then as the video started progressing and where we're at right now, the video has straight up started becoming where it just feels like the point is lost. We're lost in the sauce. Now we're just talking about how bad fucking things are. And it's just more venting than there is than actual let's explain this. right? And I get it. I get it. It happens. I get it. Don't get me wrong. I get it. People have to vent. This is how Two perceives this, and by all means, I get it. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I just think that we're lost in the sauce right now. I really do. But I'm giving Two the credibility that I am going to watch this entire fucking video from beginning to end, because straight up, to be quite honest with y'all, you don't have enough content creators that do this shit. I'm sorry. We sit here and we talk about reactions and everything else. How many fucking content creators actually fucking fully react to someone and actually try to understand the information without interrupting it completely? One of the biggest problems that we've always had with St. Tonus is that St. Tonus can't shut his fucking mouth for longer than 5 fucking seconds, and he's got to pause the video every 5 seconds and turn a fucking 5-minute video into a fucking 5-hour fucking video, and he never got the point of the fucking video. I'm the type of person that, you know, I don't mind pausing and talking like I am right now, but it's like, you got to give it some... You got to let the video cook a little bit before you fucking go ahead and you talk about it, because sometimes the next segment, right, that you were about to pause on, the next segment actually goes ahead and clearly explains shit. This is like one of the arguments I had with Captain Cabinets about her take on Pixel Tree with the WUWA video. I understand you're mad. He's criticizing. He doesn't play the game. I understand. But listen to his points. Before, like, give a good listen before you try to destroy the points. Because if you don't do it correctly, you kind of look stupid when you do that. When, you know, he's talking about bike customization frames, and then you're like, oh, he didn't watch the bike customization. No, he talked about the skins. He's talking about frames. When you got someone like St. Tonus that's talking about fob and shit, and people are even telling him, hey, watch the video, watch the video, watch the video, it's because a couple of things that St. Tonus was saying in the beginning, Fob went over it. Not Fob, Varus, excuse me, Varus. Varus went over it. Sometimes you got to let it go through just to make sure you understand where your opposition's at. So that's why, like I said, I'm giving Two full context. I'm letting Two have the fucking role here. And again, my point so far in this video, I think he makes some good, valid points in here. But I think a lot of this, especially right now towards this ending part right here, is just a lot of getting lost in the sauce. I hate to say it that way, but that's the truth.
Last year, I started a series called Delusional Gotcha Takes, where I made videos commenting on what I saw were dumb takes going around the gotcha space at the time. And in the first few videos, I used very provocative language of my own to argue against those takes. You seriously think that Genshin is paywalling exploration?
Hold on, we got to pause here. Okay, I'm doing a St. Tonus thing here, but we got to pause real quick. And not because of the video. It's because I'm looking at that back wall right there. That needs to come back. I am going to fucking do a petition. I want the fucking waifus back. We need the big titty fucking waifus back. We need the waifus. Come on. We need ass. We need tits. We need them back. For the sake of all of goddamn fucking anime hood. Bring back the breedables.
Then either you are just a straight up WUWA glazer and you've never even played Genshin before and you just hate on it because that's the popular thing to do to try to get some brownie points from other WUWA glazers on Twitter or on Discord, or you got straight up filtered by Genshin's exploration. And imagine getting filtered by a gacha game that's even more casual than Wuthering Waves. And when I look back on them, I realized that for a guy who calls himself stuff like the God of Gacha and says that he wants to teach gacha players about gacha games, this isn't the kind of language you should expect out of a guy like that. In fact, perhaps it's this exact kind of language that aggro Tectone to begin.
No, I don't have that type of wall. If I look at my wall right now, my wall has nothing but Soul Bad Guy fucking all over it.
begin with when he started beefing with me last year, since the first video he reacted to as part of our beefing was my Delusional Gotcha Takes episode 3.
So dudes, welcome back to the 3rd episode of Delusional Gotcha Takes. I'm your host, the god of gotcha himself, WUWA, and today I want to...
No matter how justified I may be or feel like
I'm not gonna lie, that was funny.
Language, I also don't think that...
Hold on. I know how much you think, but that was funny.
So dudes, welcome back to the 3rd episode of Delusional Gotcha Takes. I'm your host, the god of gotcha himself, WUWA, and today I want to...
No matter how justified I may be or feel like I might be in using such language, I also don't think that this sort of language or behavior should be normalized either. So, unlike the clown, I've made efforts to dial it back. First, in the last 3 or so Delusional Gotcha Takes episodes that I've done, I toned down the aggressive language in them significantly. Gotchas encourage, even demand, depending on the game, that their players commit to them by playing those gotchas every single day so that they don't miss out on any of their limited time content. Second, Ryuku was the target in my 3rd Delusional Gotcha Takes episode, so I eventually reached out to him and spoke to him privately over Discord. It did take me a few months to get around to doing that, but because of it, he and I are at least back on speaking terms. I don't know if it's accurate to say that we're friends per se. I don't think we know each other that well to say that, but part of the
acquaintances
why I took such an aggressive stance against him in my video initially was because I thought he was a rat himself based on his previous tweets and other behavior that he exhibited. But after speaking with him, I've since changed my mind. Matter of fact, Ryuku has had his own run-ins with the actual rats like St. Tontus and Tectone, and those were what got me to start thinking,
you see, that right there is self-acknowledgement that I appreciate from Tuhu in that regards. Where Tuhu assumed, right, that Ryuku Sensei is part of the rat group, right, like he said, but after talking and understanding, this also, dare I say it right, does have a little bit of an issue. This is a problem that all gotcha content creators, almost all content creators really do have, is that there is some of them that's not fully informed about situations, that that makes assumptions, right? Like, you don't know Ryuku Sensei, you see a couple of tweets or whatever, but you haven't actually bothered to really go look to see what he's been doing, what's been going on, for example. So your perception of him is wrong. And then when you find out, then you realize, oh, I fucked up. And taking that accountability is a good thing. This is something that St. Tonus and a lot of others will never learn. You got to learn to take accountability when basically what you think is not what you think and what actually is real is two different fucking things, bro.
Maybe Ryuku actually isn't a rat after all, and so I reached out to him to help clear things up. Third, I now reserve my aggressive-ass language for the rats, or at least anyone else who I think also deserves it. It's obviously not ethical, if you want to call it that, to talk like that all the time, but I do think it still has a place, in particular against the very same people who use it all the time themselves, like St. Tontus. From observing the rats doing their rat-ass things for the past 2 years, I've come to the conclusion that the best way to deal with them is to fight fire with fire. While normally just ignoring them would be the correct play so that way they simply run out of fuel and burn themselves out eventually, I think that in this day and age, when content creators are becoming ever more shameless in their dogshit behavior, simply ignoring them is no longer a viable tactic. Like, this ain't 2011 where one bad drama is enough to kill your entire content career. St. Tontus has proven this himself time and time again by harassing other gacha creators constantly in this space, and if he doesn't have drama on hand with which to do so, he'll simply manufacture his own damn drama. He will go out of his way to harass other creators, especially those he has harassed before, just to keep his 24/7 propaganda machine running. Ask Genizod, ask Pokey, and keep an eye on Captain Cabinets now that it turns out they're exes, somehow, however that happened. Even if he, for whatever reason, gets tired of harassing the same people.
I'm not gonna lie, that was funny. His reaction to that is like, how the fuck did that happen? Like, that was fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, Two is so out of it. He's just like, wait. They're apparently exes? Wait. Did they fuck? Like, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even fucking know. It's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. Just a reaction of that. It was just hilarious. Like, I gotta go back to that. Hold on. I gotta go back. His face. It's just his face, man.
4/7 propaganda machine running. Ask Genizod, ask Pokey, and keep an eye on Captain Cabinets now that it turns out they're exes, somehow, however that happened.
I'm just starting. I'm just like that's just funny. That's funny.
Even if he, for whatever reason, gets tired of harassing the same people over and over, he'll just find new targets to go and farm drama out of, deserved or not. So for him, and him in particular, I will continue saying shit like a 5'1" man slut who guzzles Tectone's cum every time the god of losing court cases shows him who the boss of their gym is. But in the meantime, for everyone else, I won't just throw around words like that towards other creators, at least the ones I know who aren't rats at least. Again, I'm not a perfect creator, but I've always made my content with the intent of either educating people. He's a 5-star coup in the fact that he's also another solo specialist, but on fucking crack. Or, at the very least, providing entertainment value that doesn't come at the expense of everyone else around me. Let's talk about how you can min-max your account in Honkai Star Rail. I make mistakes, but I at least have the decency to not only try to rectify them, but also tell you all about them to show you that I have nothing to hide as a gacha YouTuber and streamer. And again, I love gacha games, and as someone who's been making content for longer than some of you have been literally alive for, I want to continue doing that for the gacha community. No,
that's actually true. 3Z's got it. That's actually true too. Who was right? Literally just found with analytical vibes a whole new fucking drama he's gonna end up probably farming on stream tomorrow. Like, he did the same shit he did with Arikado. Either talk to me, buddy, or we're going to expose you on the fucking live stream. He used the same verbatim wording like he did for fucking thing. And I'm hoping that he's going to say something on the stream like, he weaponized my fucking kindness again.
First got into gacha games with FGO.
Yeah, over the pettiest shit too, which is fucking hilarious. And like Shine, he thinks you two are friends or some shit too, the way he responded to you in that fucking message. Like he was like trying to explain to you. I fucking love that.
Like-minded FGO players at the time who were able to share their own experiences with me and each other throughout the years. All the gacha salt, both the success and the horror stories, the long hours grinding events while on Discord call together, stuff like this that I love.
You know what's funny? You see Shine right here? You see Shine, and you see how he's a mod, right? You want to know, you want to know where I remember Shine from the very first time? Shine was the guy that pulled the original fucking clips about fucking St. Tonus calling Genizod a fucking pedophile. Accusing him of that, right? The R6 Roshia. This is the guy that fucking blew that whistle. He's the one with the clips. He's the one that blew the whistle out of that. He was the first one on fucking Twitter that started that entire shit. Shine is the one that caught that, posted it, and said, what the fuck? So give Shine full fucking credit on that.
When I finally
see, I still remember shit, man.
after Nexon sold their servers to another company and made me lose my main account in the process. The gacha community at large has also undergone a radical change over the years, mainly because of Genshin, sure, yeah, but also because the initial community that I was lucky enough to become a part of when I first started playing gacha 8.5 years ago has slowly gone their separate ways since then. Old retired whales who have become beached over the years, whether by choice or not, never to swim the vast blue waters of the gacha ocean ever again. But despite all these changes, despite the world so drastically changing around me, that hasn't stopped me from continuing to make content on gacha games. I love gacha games too much for me to just start blaming how different things are because of the normies or whatever that some people like to do, or on how much real life sucks. And I certainly won't just act like a powerless bystander while rats like St. Tontus keep chewing on everything they can get their dirty little hands on. I have been speaking out against the rats for the past year, ever since Tectone threw my ass under the bus, and I will continue to do so until the clown is gone too. And if the rest of you guys consider yourselves to be true fans of gacha, it's high fucking time that you do too.
Beware the false prophet!
St. Tontus is a gacha creator, if only barely, but it's more accurate to say that he was a gacha creator, in the same way that Stephen A. Smith was a journalist in the sports journalism scene. St. Tontus can make all the videos he wants and call himself a gacha creator all he wants, but it doesn't take a genius to take one look at his content and his behavior and realize that he's not really a creator, he's just a straight up asshole. You don't just make a few videos bashing a gacha game and then call yourself a gacha YouTuber or streamer. Tectone isn't a political commentator if all he says is something along the lines of "fuck Hassan."
I don't wish any harm upon Hassan at all. I don't. I want his existence to be his punishment. This is a man where, let's just be completely honest, he's not the most entertaining guy. He has about as much charisma as a paper fucking bag.
Which, to be fair, I got my problems with that guy too, but that still doesn't somehow make Tectone a political expert or someone who's even remotely qualified to talk about politics on his Twitter account all of a sudden. He is an expert on abusing people though, and no, I'm not gonna stop reminding you of that because fuck that bitch. I have given credit to St. Tontus for his early content, and while I would love to argue that even his earlier content is suspect as well, I'll stick with giving him the benefit of the doubt that he at least started off as a somewhat legitimate creator in this space.
Yes, agreed.
Hell, I'll even roll with the excuse that he used the initial gacha tribalism between Genshin and WUWA back, 2 years ago to help jumpstart his own channel. Like, if you want to go ahead and, praise him or whatever for being smart for doing that, then, sure, okay, I guess, bro. But no matter how much you think this is supposed to be a success story here in the gacha space, I'm here to tell you that it is not. It's not a success story for gacha creators in general if this dude has only ever supported one gacha game, shit on the rest, and has attacked any other creator in their community who dares to speak out against him. Whether to tighten his control over the narratives that he's been pushing for all this time, or because he's just that insecure about himself on the internet like the Timu-ass Napoleon that he is. And besides, this video wouldn't exist if it were in the first place. Put simply, St. Tontus is the DSP and Grums put together of gacha games. He combines the wine.
Grums? I thought Grums was a good guy. Wait. Whoa. I thought Grums was a good guy. Whoa. I haven't heard anything bad about Grubs. I thought Grubs was a good guy. Is Grubs that bad? See, I'm not informed about Grubs. I've seen a few takes of his, but nothing bad or anything. Grubs is a bad dude. Grubs is an idiot. Grubs is a grifter. Oh, damn. I thought Grubs was fine. You see, I don't know shit about Grubs that well. You see, holy fuck. Like, I've seen some postings, right? I've seen some people bring up his postings, and I'm just like, oh, this doesn't look like it. Like, it looks like a nothing burger, right? He uses the culture of war as ammo for his postings, meanwhile never mentions the game that he made on with Kickstarter funding. Oh, is he one of those guys that started a fucking Kickstarter for fucking something and never delivered on it? Is he like fucking is he like Pirate Software where he's still working on a fucking game for the last 20,000 years? All right, you know what? I want to learn about Grubs. I want to learn about Grubs after this. Okay, let's finish this. I want to learn about Grubs after this. Hold on.
With the grifting and narrative pushing nature of Grumps' Twitter account to
Meta is removing encrypted DMs on Instagram. They were also discovering that funding was a huge push for age verification related internet ID laws in the United States. It's a dark time. I think the lockdown's coming to web as well as total AI surveillance. What?
profit off people's ignorance or mere desire to talk trash about gacha games in a horribly inflated and needlessly confrontational way. I'm not one to preach to people about morals or ethics. This is the internet after all, and things like arguments, drama, and social conflict in this day and age are, unfortunately, highly likely. I myself am an expert on gacha games, so like, under normal circumstances, what moral high ground do I have to begin with exactly? And besides, just look at any of my streams from last year.
You know, he brought up the moral high ground to talk, right? Let me go ahead and expose a conversation that I had with Captain Cabinets, right? Let me expose a conversation. So, when all the shit started with St. Tonus, and I started talking to Captain Cabinets came out my ass hard as shit. And basically said that I had no right to talk, like, I had no right to talk because I had no moral high ground, right? And you know what I fucking told her right then and there? You are 110% correct, because in all honesty, when it comes down to being a content creator in this fucking space, or in any space in general, there is no such thing as a moral high ground. I know some people who are full-blown Christian, right? That fear God. And the shit that they do on their YouTube contradicts everything that they fucking believe. Like, when it comes down to the moral high ground, no one can say they have it. Because everybody gets to a certain situation where, you know what? Shit fucking happens. You get fucking pissed. And you're going to say shit. And you're going to do shit. Get over it. It's called being fucking human. We all fucking make mistakes. We all fuck up. We all do shit we're not proud of. And you know what? We might not see it today. But 6 months or a year or so down the road, we'll see it. It's like I said this about Zome. It's like the situation with Zome about him being quote-unquote a racist because he used the N-word, right? Oh my God, it's so fucking bad. He used the N-word, guys. He is a racist. And straight up, it's like when you put the time, you put everything in. Zome said it during a fucking Rocket League match when he's fucking goddamn 17 years old. And I know a bunch of people in my Discord, right? I'll be transparent as fuck. I know this. That fucking say the same shit. That are young and stupid. That they're between the ages of 17 and 19 right now. And they're stupid as hell, and they're saying the N-word. They think it's cool. They think it's the greatest fucking thing in the world, right? And I told each and every one of them, when you're going to grow the fuck up, and you're going to get to that part to where you get past this phase, you're going to realize that word is fucking cringe as fuck. You're always saying it because you're young and you're fucking stupid. And that's the fucking truth. There is no moral high ground. There is fucking nothing thing. It is just, dare I say it, is just people that's human beings and they're going to end up learning over time. That is what, you know what, that's what I believe the meaning of life is. The meaning of life is make mistakes and learn to fucking live till you fucking die. We all make mistakes. We all fuck up. It's just like right now I have my stepson who's did something very fucking stupid, right? That he's got suspended from school for this, right? That's going to cause an entire issue. And right now my stepkid thinks it's the end of the fucking world. My stepkid has got in his mind that he's going to jail. My stepkid's got in his mind that his life is over. And like I told him, is that you made a fucking huge mistake. I'm not going to say what it is, but you made a huge mistake. And regardless of what your father says, who's like, oh yeah, let him fucking suffer the consequences, let him go to jail and shit like this. Regardless of what everyone else says, you made a mistake. You're still a child. You're going to learn from this. And you're going to grow from this. We just got to take it one step at a time. Right? One day, one step at a time. And you'll learn and you'll be a better person for it in the future. This is the meaning of life. He's 14 years old, guys. And when I tell you he did something absolutely fucking retarded, and he did not even mean it, because I know this kid, he said something in particular that forced the school to fucking go ahead and lock down and everything else. That's how I'm going to put it to y'all. Biggest fucking goddamn dumbest shit ever. And as much as the world is colliding around him and stuff like this, I got his back. And like I told him, we got to go through the consequences. We got to work together. And you're going to move on. Moral high ground is gone. All this shit about life, moral high ground, fucking who's right, who's wrong, all this good shit. Bro, we're all fucking human beings. We just make mistakes and we grow from those fucking mistakes. That's it. And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, and sometimes we just want to do shit just to fucking burn off chaos, right? Sometimes even I want to have chaos, dude. Some days I just want to sit there and I want to be a fucking troll just to fucking go ahead and get my fucking internal fucking dark demons out the fucking way. Because you're sitting there and you're looking at a screen, you're playing a game, you're playing something like League of Legends or whatever, and you got your fucking buddies on the line and they realize you're quiet as fuck and they're saying, don't you fucking do it. Don't you fucking do it. And you're looking at them and they're like talking to you in Discord and they're saying, don't you fucking do it. And you do something that's completely fucking unhinged. And then your buddy comes in and thinks that's funny and is the one that gets banned in the League of Legends match instead of you. I mean, let's be honest. Sometimes we just do shit just to do shit. We don't think of the consequences. We don't think of shit. And that's part of life. That's part of fucking living. The question is, can you just deal with the consequences from it? Is what it is. Every action has a consequence. Whether it's a bad consequence or a good consequence. Every action has a consequence. The question comes into life, can you live with the consequence that you made? Or can you learn from the consequence? So that way you become better in the future. That's the truth. All right, Kato, I'm mad. Oh boy, why are you mad? What happened? You want to say the N-word, Fox? I'm Jamaican. I'll give you a pass. You know what's fucking hilarious? That's actually happened to me before. I got a community guideline violation because of a Nikki character. What the fuck? Wait. Wait. What is this character? All right, let me go. Let me open this up on the side because apparently, if it got you a community strike, it'll get me one, right? Let's see. What is this? Oh my god. Was this for over sexualization or some shit? Is that what that is? Yeah, it's just one community strike. It's not a big deal, but I would ultimately, straight up, provide like the game trailer or whatever, anything else that's related to that, and rebuke that. Like I'd be like, well, if you're gonna community strike me, why is this not community strike? Why is this not community strike? Why is this not community strike? And explain to them that it's a fucking video game character. Kill my momentum. I feel bad for you, man, but YouTube is a fucking retarded sometimes. Dude, I've got copyright strikes. I've got fucking community strikes. It's fine. Don't worry. 90 days goes by fast.
Where I had body pillows.
But this might be a warning for you, so
behind me
like, hold on.
girl.
This actually might be just a warning for you, so you probably don't even have a strike. Because I don't think you've ever had anything done on your channel before, so you might have just gotten like a warning. So you don't even get a strike. So you should be good.
And VTubers on them. But when I see St. Tontus shitting himself with multiple videos a day, yapping about whatever the fuck he feels like in a space that I am heavily invested in personally and for far longer than he has, you best believe that I feel fucking disgusted. Both because of him personally and because until recently, there hadn't been much of an effort from the rest of the community to fucking do something about him. Sure, there is something to be said about how, oh, these are just gacha games, bro. They ain't that serious. There are plenty of other things out there in real life that you should put this sort of effort towards. You're not wrong about that. But if you think that that's a suitable enough counter argument to everything that I've said in this video so far, then, for the sake of fairness, I would love for you to also apply that same argument to St. Tontus too. Because what on God's green earth could be so fucking important about Arknight's Enfield that he feels the need to make 41 fucking videos talking shit about it in a single goddamn month? St. Tontus is a false prophet. He's the gotcha equivalent of one of those fire and brimstone preachers that you sometimes find screaming vague-ass Bible verses into a megaphone at a busy downtown intersection, running his cocksucking mouth constantly about how Hoyoverse is the devil and WUWA is...
You know what's funny about that? You know what's funny? My wife could testify to this one. My wife could testify to this one. We had that happen in my city one time, right? We had that happen. We were driving, okay? The kids were with their grandparents and everything, and we were driving, and I was stopped at an intersection, and they had this guy with a big microphone with the big speaker, and it was talking about the Bible. It was talking about how we need to repent for our sins and everything. I shit you not. I had the wild hair up my ass, and this is what I like to tell you: the instantaneous idea of chaos, the dark urge took over, and like I said, I have no moral high ground, right? I lowered down the window, and I waited till the light turned green, and when the light turned green, I screamed out my fucking car, "Praise Satan," like 5 times. I did on purpose to turn the fuck around. Goes back to the intersection and do it the fuck again. Because I'm like, this guy is trying to tell everybody that they're evil and everything and repent the devil and all this shit. And I'm here fucking playing fucking. I turned the fucking shit on. I put on fucking Slipknot and I'm screaming, "Praise fucking Satan." I am doing this shit. And then she's like, "Stop, stop." And then we finally park and we go eat and everything else. And it's just like, every time, and it happened, and it's happened since then, like a couple more times. It's happened where you see these guys come out every now and then, and they're on the sidewalk and they're talking in their microphone, going like, "You need to take in Jesus in your life," and everything else. And dude, I was at Walmart. I park at Walmart, and right, not even like maybe 10 cars away, on the fucking sidewalk, there's a guy doing the same shit. There's a guy doing the same shit. And my wife's like, "Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare." I said, "I ain't gonna do nothing. I ain't gonna do nothing." Get into Walmart, man. Go buy myself a black fucking t-shirt. Go ahead. Put that shit on in the fucking parking lot. And I go fucking drive, and I park next to the guy, and I stare at him, and I just fucking stare. I got the sunglasses on, and I'm just staring at him, and I'm fucking making the hand gestures like putting my fingers to my eyes and putting it to him, and just fucking going back and forth, and he's fucking stuttering his ass off. My wife is hiding. She is not wanting to be involved in this shit, and I'm just staring this motherfucker down. And I get out the fucking car. And my wife's like, "Don't you fucking dare." I get out the car. I go walk to this guy. And I hand him a fucking bag with some Oreo cookies. And I said to him that Lucifer says you're hungry. And I get back in my fucking car and I leave. I just, dude, my fucking, like, there's no moral high ground, man, to me. There's things I don't talk about, don't get me wrong, but there's just things that I think is fucking hilarious, and I just gotta act on impulse. I'm not gonna lie.
Second coming of Christ. And like I said before, it's about damn time that the gotcha community treats him like the annoying-ass Jehovah's Witness that he is. But, luckily for all of us, that seems to be the exact direction that we're finally headed in. The one silver lining that came out of the clown's...
Bro, you say I'm gonna be burning in hell, right? You say I'm gonna be burning in hell. Do you not know who the fuck I am? You've been in this fucking streams for the God knows fucking how long, right? Like, brother man, you've been here for so fucking long that you should realize the type of person I really am, right? I'm the guy who fucking has done shit like this.
Saw you in my bathroom again, man.
You gotta remember who the fuck I am.
Enfield hate streak was that his plan to farm Enfield drama for clout, if he even had a plan with that.
Oh yeah, Chuck Norris is, passed away. You do guys realize that Chuck Norris, you know, he took a vacation, right? He got bored with Earth. He got bored with the world, so he just decided to take a vacation in heaven. I actually made a Chuck Norris song, by the way. Like, I'm so going to fucking hell, man. I am so going to hell. Hold on, hold on. I gotta play this. I gotta play this. Hold on. My wife was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then she actually liked the song.
He roundhouse kicked Monday, weekended on the spot. Every clock resigned, time said I'm out. He finished the internet, scrolled it in one blink. Beat every game on hardest, then unplugged the link. Bored of breaking physics, tired of bending fate. He stared straight at existence, said I'm heading out, I'm late. Chuck Norris took a vacation in heaven. Got tired of winning down here on Earth. Clouds line up when he steps through the gates. St. Peter asking him for tips on work. Angels calling sick when Chuck is praying. Halo light flares every time he grins. Chuck Norris on vacation in heaven. Even paradise tries to keep up with him. Hey! He didn't climb the staircase climbed to him. He knocked once on the pearly doors, they opened from within. God checked his own schedule, said you can run the day. Now every miracle asks Chuck if it's okay. He sneezed, stars rearranged, spelled his name across the sky. He whispered one small thank you. Harps leveled up to fight. Chuck Norris took a vacation in heaven. Got tired of winning down here on Earth. Clouds line up when he steps through the gates. St. Peter asking him for tips on work. Angels calling sick when Chuck is praying. Halo light flares every time he grins. Chuck Norris on vacation in heaven. Even paradise tries to keep up with him.
Like I said, I haven't made a song for Chuck Norris. I think it actually came out good.
Seems to have largely failed. Not only has Enfield managed to establish a firm enough foothold in the gacha community to the point where I think it's fine to call it the 5th big gacha, but it's also put his own ass under a ton of fire.
Because I can do whatever the fuck I want, Rob.
Other YouTubers and streamers have finally done or are starting to do what I asked them to last year and taken a stand against Saint Tontus, most notably Skull CJ giving the clown a taste of his own medicine by machine gunning out his own series of slander videos against him.
Today he is kind of successful, but that's all that he got going for himself. He don't got no friends, no bitches, nowhere to spend money. He literally lives and makes all his content out of a cubicle the size of my closet. But hey man, I just hope good old Bobby Lee, good old good old, you know, Greasy Fingers, good old
Greasy Fingers
is doing his thing, enjoying life, because honestly, I gotta tell you guys, his mom should have swallowed.
Pokey has also ulted and managed to slap a copyright strike onto the clown's YouTube channel, which is the whole reason why Saint Tontus kept crying about him for the past few weeks.
I have absolutely nothing with whatever that's going on in Saint Tontus' Discord server, and I heavily condemn such actions. Open allegations like Pokey's community is spamming out shit with whatever that's gonna be are extremely dangerous and defamatory, and if Saint Tontus has a single shred of goodwill, he will retract his statements as well as a public apology.
Also, it appears that Pokey has even opened a copyright case against Saint Tontus very recently. Or, should I say, Stephen Yu. So if the clown does in fact lose this, then I look forward to calling both him and his sugar daddy, John Robertson, the gods, plural, of losing court cases. And for the record, it's not that there was nobody before the start of this year who was already speaking out against the rats. People like Arikado Zodan, at least after he became reformed, Foxhole, and other smaller gacha YouTubers have made videos in the past 2 years refuting and disproving the lies and propaganda that the clown's been vomiting for all that time. But I think it's safe to say that everything that he's had to deal with in the past month or so is the strongest resistance to his dogshit content that he's ever had to deal with, to the point where he's actually even lost YouTube subs as a direct result of all this. Hell, he's even started alienating his own fellow rats, which is actually something that, by the way, I predicted kinda sorta on stream last year. My original prediction was that there was a chance that eventually the rats would start turning on each other and fighting each other, because while they originally got their YouTube channels or streams or both started on WUWA, with all these new big and upcoming gacha games coming out that could also become just as big, if not bigger than WUWA, there would be some rats who would remain WUWA agenda pushers or loyalists or apologists, whatever you want to call them, while others would jump ship over to those newer gachas to chase them for clout instead. But you decide on how close I got with that. But anyway, other rat creators who traditionally followed his WUWA #1 and Hoyo as public enemy #1 agenda have since turned on him, as we've mainly seen with the beef between him and Cab. Captain Cabinet's friend, who's also a drama grifting YouTuber by the name of Itoma, has also taken her side, naturally, to slander Saint Tontus, which, by the way, I might add, I find absolutely fucking hilarious, given that he was the one who was the catalyst in Tectone stabbing me in the back by reacting to that Delusional Gacha Takes episode first. And this isn't even including how more and more actual WUWA players have also been turning against the clown too on social media with how fed up they are with this god-awful and nauseating behavior that just makes the rest of them look bad too. So as you might expect, I'm greatly amused by this little gacha rat civil war that we've been having as like a side plot against the clown. But as much as I'm thrilled by this turn of events against the clown and his kind, I'm keenly aware that realistically, this alone still will not stop him. At this point, he spouted his bullshit vitriol for so long and so vehemently that the only way for him to be gone for good is to remove his platforms manually and entirely. His YouTube channel does already have a strike on it, courtesy of Pokey, and he has been banned from Twitch in the past. But unless he also gets a Tectone treatment of getting his ass banned for an entire year, and unless he somehow gets another 2 strikes on his YouTube, unfortunately, his dumbass ain't going anywhere. Likely because he can't with how fucking retarded he is. Honestly, I don't even know what he's gonna do with the job application, even if you did give him one. Shove it up his ass, maybe? He's got plenty of practice doing that already, I'm sure. The clown really is.
What the fuck?
of the god of balls.
Wait. Go back. Go back.
Did give him one. Shove it up his ass, maybe? He's got plenty of practice doing that already, I'm sure.
That is wrong. That is so fucking wrong. It's funny, but that's wrong.
Clown really is the dogshit 4-star version of the god of bald retards. This means that the next best thing we can do in the meantime as a community is to contain him. Now that it should be painfully clear what he's been doing all along, gacha creators and players alike must never let up the pressure on him. He can make all the WUWA glazing videos he wants, but the fucking picosecond that he drops another gacha slander video, the rest of us need to blast his ass immediately. Again, he should be used to it by now with how often Tectone does that to him already. See, look at the baldy trying to run damage control for his favorite little pocket pussy. How cute.
To take away your views, and you didn't even mention him in it. But
Favorite little pocket pussy. How cute.
to take away your views, and you didn't even mention him in it. But you mentioned him in it. You even showed his avatar in that video. And he also made the video 4 times the length. And he responded to it, and he transformed it. This is not some 99 million IQ. This is just abusing the copyright system.
Damn, he's more loyal to the clown than he was to his actual girlfriends. For as much propaganda that St. Tontus likes to put out there, there needs to be just as much, if not ideally more content, countering it and exposing him as the nasty little 5'1" rat that he is. Not only will this prevent people from falling victim to his dumpster fire narratives in the future, but it'll also slowly but steadily box him into a corner mentally, to the point where maybe he makes a mistake and says something truly vile on stream, and that gets him banned or something. I don't know. I wonder how many more Holocaust analogies he's got. For those of you who might be concerned that, oh, this will give the clown more traffic and exposure, I think that's pretty much a non-factor by this point, mainly because, as I've explained before, St. Tontus will just go out of his way to harass people to create his own drama about them, or other gacha games for that matter, that he can then farm for views. It's either people just lie flat and do nothing while he runs around calling people pedophiles like the good little Epstein clone that he is, or we can at least make our own content clapping back at his ass. And I know what I'd rather do. And for those of you who are still unfortunate enough to watch the clown for your daily gacha content, let me ask you this. It's one thing if you just want to watch him for entertainment value, though if that's the case, then I would suggest you just go to Chatterbait.
Can I just be honest here? Can I just be honest? I'm looking at the hat. I'm looking at the shirt. I'm looking at how he's getting his beard and his mustache coming in, right? If he pulled the glasses off, he would look like Skull CJ. He looks just like Skull CJ at that point.
And go click on the men's section, because at least that way you'll get a better show. But if you unironically watch him because you believe him whenever he says that he's talking truth about gacha, if y'all really value the truth so much,
his name's Skull Tuhu now.
Why bother watching a guy who only talks about it instead of someone who is the truth? But fighting back against St. Tontus is not the only thing that I want to focus on, because if it were, then I'd be no better than a rat myself. As much as I love making drama videos and other content talking mad shit on the rats specifically, I would much rather make other content for.
Look, Gully, you're saying that Tuhu needs to hit the fucking gym, right? Tectone needs to hit the fucking gym, because for somebody who apparently goes to the gym all the fucking time and just looks at the fucking weights, fucking straight up, Tectone is fucking skinny as fuck too now. Like honestly, if let me put it this way. Tectone his body looks absolutely fucking bad. For a guy that apparently goes to the gym every fucking day, Tectone looks like he's got some kind of a disease or something going on. Like, he looks malnourished. And a lot of fucking shit. I think fucking Tuhu fucking is fine the way he is.
Example, I enjoy making videos where I share my thoughts and takes on various topics about gacha games, whether in general or about recent events, so I'll continue to make those. But as you can probably tell with this video, I also really like working on long-form content. Back when I primarily made FGO videos, I had this yearly series that I did called How to Play All the Servants in the Game, where I would pull every single character in that game that came out over the course of a year and make a video where I talk about each and every single one of them with a hearty dose of memes to go with them to spice it up. Unfortunately, for various reasons, I don't do those videos for FGO anymore, but I have done one for Genshin several years ago, and I want to do another one, this time updated for 2026. It'll take me a long time to get it done though, but I would also love to do this for all the major gachas out there right now. Not just Genshin, but also for Star Rail, Zenless, WUWA, and Enfield, though I still need to pull all the characters in Enfield first. Would have had a good chance to do so if Lowlight didn't give me a fucking P3 Aya. It's fine though, she's even cuter in Enfield than she was in the first game, so she gets a pass. I keep calling myself the god of gacha, and I keep yapping about how much I want to teach other people about gacha games, so I would like to announce the start of a new series that I'll call Gacha 101, where I make videos explaining the ins and outs of gacha games to newcomers, or at least to those who aren't as familiar with them. If you're looking forward to any of this kind of content, first of all, thank you. It's an honor for me to make content that people out there can watch and enjoy and maybe even learn a thing or two from. However, I must warn you that it may take me a long time to make such content. As I've explained before, between my current part-time gig, job hunting, and just playing all 19 of my gacha games, I don't have a lot of spare time to make content with. I would love to be a full-time content creator, not only because of my own personal hatred for St. Tontus as a creator, again if you can't even fucking call him that, and his abysmal dogshit content, but also because I think I can provide my own flavor of content that's truly unique to this space and stands out from everyone else's. Like, has anyone else out there made a 2 or 3 hour long video yapping about every single playable character in Genshin Impact in one go? Yeah, I didn't think so. So, at the risk of having the clown and the other rats start calling me the god of beggars again, which is kind of funny given what I've seen other creators in this space do, and hey, if St. Tontus feels the need to beg Tectone to protect his ass some more, of beggars again, which is kind of funny given what I've seen other creators in this space do, and hey, if St. Tontus feels the need to beg Tectone to protect his ass some more, then I don't see why I can't do this myself. I humbly ask for your support.
If St. Tontas had stated that the only reason why he reacted to it was to take away your views, and you didn't even mention him in it, but you mentioned him in it. You even showed his avatar in that video. And he also made the video 4 times the length. And he responded to it, and he transformed it. This is not some 99 million IQ. This is just abusing the copyright system.
So, subscribe to my YouTube channel, join the membership, follow and subscribe to the Twitch channel as well, if you can. And if you want to go even further beyond, check out and support me on Patreon. Join my Discord server too, if you want somewhere chill to hang out and just talk about gacha or something. Any little bit truly does go a long way. And maybe one day, I'll be able to say that I can make all the content, all the gacha content I want for you guys. Even if you can't support me directly for whatever reason, hell, you might not even like me that much as a creator in the first place, that's fine. As long as you recognize how much of a fucking problem St. Tontus and the other rats are in this space, and that you don't fall prey to their content and agendas, that's good enough for me. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I've kept you all for way too long. Thank you very much for watching, and until next time, be cool, y'all. Oh, and St. Tontus, I don't think you'll watch this part of the video, at least not naturally, but if you do, go fuck yourself, bucko.
新鮮
Well, we did it. We watched the entire 2 hours and 15 minutes of this. Can't believe St. Toast got his own movie before GTA 6. Okay. Let me explain really quickly my thoughts on this video, okay? I think Tuhu's a good guy. I really do. But with some of the jokes that was being said in here, some of the not jokes, but like the hits right here, I had a good bit of laugh out of some of the things in here. Not gonna lie, it was fine. The beginning of this, the setting up the stage, like all this right here, right, this part right here in particular, all of this, him setting up the stage. I think that this was done absolutely fucking great. The first 15 minutes of this video, absolutely great. The setting of the stage, this is what I would like to see Tuhu do more of, okay? I think that he actually presented the entire stage of like with Genshin, HSR, WUWA. Not talking about Saint, not talking about shit like that. Just talking about gacha in general. I think was very well. This was very well a very informative part right here. The first 15 minutes was very well informative. This wasn't so bad, right? This wasn't so bad, the rat race, when we actually got into things. The problem that I have with this video, the criticism that I do have with this, is the constant attacking. Okay? It's the straight up, like, we're presenting a manifesto. We're presenting, what St. Tonus is, right? And I feel like a lot of the context was missing. To be per se. Like, when he's talking about Genocide, like, there's clips where you can showcase why Genocide, R6 Rosia, and then what St. Tonus said and everything else. Like, even using the clips from Arikado about the AR-15 wasn't even, that was cut, the one section that was cut out of context completely out, right? You didn't showcase everything. This legitimately felt, when we got especially towards the halfway mark on this, like this was more of a, dare I say it, a hit piece. It felt more like, especially about like right here with the clown behavior and stuff like this, it felt more like it was Tuhu just explaining, St. Tonus bad, right? And especially here with the God of Gotcha part, I think it got a little bit too far into that scenario. That's my personal take on that, right? I think it had way too much tech tone, way too much St. Tonus bashing in certain circumstances than meat and potatoes, if you would, of the context of what we're trying to really do. And we got lost in the sauce. Okay? Overall, I give it a 7 out of 10. It's supposed to, well, the thing is, it's supposed to be a hit piece. Don't get me wrong, right? But this is not supposed to be the way that this was presented in the very beginning. You got to understand something. The way that this was presented in the very beginning is like, we're setting up the stage. We're setting up the rat race. And we're missing a lot of context that's rebuting things is saying. It's just like, this isn't like Skull CJ, where Skull CJ right in the beginning, he's not setting, Skull CJ is not setting up the stage. Skull CJ, frame fucking 1, is fucking calling St. Tonus a cum dumpster. Right? Straight up, you already know what the video is about. I was expecting with Tuhu's video in particular that this would have gone more in line of basically taking something Saint said and showing the audience this is why he's fucking wrong 100% without a fucking doubt. Right? That I was expecting. It just felt like a lot of this was just more about just saying that Saint Tonus is a fucking rat. He's a piece of shit. He can go fuck himself. And just using this one particular clip right here of this guy talking about the NBA shit 100 fucking times. Like, I just say that there should have been more meat and potatoes in this. That's what I was expecting. What I felt like I got here is a cross between a Skull CJ video with anger from Tuhu and some particular parts that are, accurate, but doesn't show the context. Like what he's talking about, we already know what he's talking about. He's 100% right. In a lot of the cases, he's right about what St. Tonus has done, what Tectone's done, this, that, and everything else. But dare I say, I think it was a little bit too much. That would be my criticism. I think it was a little bit too much bashing. Not enough, substantial information going with it, especially after the halfway mark. Like, the rat race, like the first 15 minutes was fucking beautiful. The rat race set up pretty damn well too, right? The clown behavior one was fine. It's just like when it got to like the halfway mark right here and it just continued. You could even tell, like, even with Tuhu, that there is some things that even he admitted he's misinformed about, that he doesn't know what he's talking. It's not that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just got a very simplistic version of what's going on, that he doesn't understand the core details behind it because there wasn't enough research behind it, which he probably doesn't care about doing the research on it, right? He doesn't care about what fucking is going on with Captain Cabinets and St. Tonus. He doesn't care what's going on with Ethan. He doesn't care what's going on here and there. But if you're going to mention it, right, I do feel that you should do your due diligence to best explain it. Because there has been some things that has changed in the space quite heavily. Ethan has been a person who's really not fucking playing gacha anymore. He fucking won in the gacha war. He's gone. He don't care. You got the situations like that, it's stuff like that, like the Captain Cabinets situation. I think that there is a good couple of videos that even go watch someone like Pixel Tree. There's a good couple of videos that explains that very well, that you get a little bit more informed about to better articulate what you think about it. And look, Tuhu makes the videos that Tuhu wants to make, right? No big deal. And if he didn't want to get informed on it, he didn't want to get informed on it. That's him. It's what it is. I'm just, like I said, like, I'm the type of person, I understand that a lot of people like the fact that someone makes a video that says, fuck St. Tonus, right? Go fuck it. And it's like, that video is going to get skyrocketed with a lot of fucking, likes and shit. It's like, yeah, I hate St. Tonus. But the problem I got is that we're at a point right now where everyone's doing that, but now it's just become a meme. It's become a meme now. The reason why, like, I'm not really covering Saint as much as I used to is because, like I said before, we're at a standstill right at this current junction right now, that I don't think he has said anything substantial enough to really hone in on. That we have to wait right now for developments to happen, whether it's with the CCB, whether it's with the FTC shit, whether it's with Hypergriff, whether it's with Captain Cabinets, whether it's with whatever happens with Rich Campbell, if something happens here with Tuhu. We have to wait for further developments to be able to really be able to go at fucking St. Tonus any more than we are going, any more than it is now. As of right now, dare I say it like this, the St. Tonus situation is a dead horse. You're beating on a dead horse, okay? It's over. It's done. We have to wait for the next thing. Oh, yeah, Rich Campbell. The guy that made the joke about St. Tonus, the woman that she went to the same school as St. Tonus for YouTube, apparently he's going to farm Rich Campbell, he said. It's playing dead. Yes, it's playing dead. And what needs to happen? What needs to happen is you need to let it get up. This is the thing that I don't think that too many people quite understand. And this is what I was trying to say is right now with St. Tonus, you should give him a leash. Okay? He's on a leash right now. And you should go ahead and instead of tightening the leash right now, you should loosen the leash. You should let him get up. You should let him move around. And you should let him go ahead and insert foot into mouth. Because he's going to do it regardless. And then you go back into punishment. Consistently every single day, just going ahead and fucking attacking St. Tonus, attacking St. Tonus, attacking St. Tonus, is you're not giving him enough time. And then when something big happens, it's not going to be detrimental. It's going to look like it's more of an obsession than anything else. And it's not going to be taken as seriously as it should be. That's why, like I said, like here, until something really further comes in with the Saint situation, I don't think it's worth covering him right now. And here's the funny thing by Saint, though. Here's the funny thing. I say this today. Tomorrow, he can fucking do something that's so detrimental that we're gonna cover it. Like, Saint is so fucking unpredictable. And this is the one key thing about Saint. It is so unpredictable when he's going to start shit. It could be today. It could be fucking next week. But it's going to happen that he's going to stir the fucking pot in something. And then that is where we don't know when it's going to happen. That's why, like I said, give him time. Let him recover. Be a Goku here in a minute, right? Be a Goku. We're not trying to fucking kill him. We're feeding him a fucking sensu bean and then fucking keep attacking the pride after the fact. Let him have a chance to fucking move. Right. Let him build his ego back. Let him build his deck back. Let him get started again. And then tear him down. That's just what it is. Reminds me of a time you said that it was going to happen several weeks back, Fox, but none. It did happen. The first one did happen. It was Mr. Pokey's fucking copyright strike. The second one that I told y'all is keep watching Captain Cabinets is because she's holding out right now. But there's some stuff going on in the background. And it's not going as fast as it should be. Okay? Let me put it that way. But eventually it's going to happen. Originally that was supposed to happen quite fast, but bit of a conversation ended up happening from that, and that's just going to happen whenever it happens. It's still cooking. Let me put it this way. The longer he keeps watching her, the longer he keeps fucking just stalking her, basically, it's going to build. Basically, that's kind of a reason why it's at a standstill, is because information needs to be gathered. And it's always happening. But sooner or later, that's going to blow loose. And when that blow loose, you're going to be all fucking surprised. And you're going to all fucking come to me on that one and be like, what the fuck? And I'm just going to tell you, well, I told y'all. When I told you fireworks are going to be happening, I meant fireworks are going to be happening. But the thing here is that right now, you got to give him a leash. Like, I would even tell it to, like, Skull CJ. I would tell it to anyone who's making videos on Saint or whatever. You can continue doing it, right? You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to listen to me. Like, you don't. But I'm just telling you that if you give the man a leash, and you let the man get up, and you let the man's ego fucking start pulling in, and you don't just consistently attack him on every single fucking little thing, and you pick your battles, right? You pick the fucking battles to attack on, you'll be able to recover those lost battles in that one battle. So, for example, okay, I'm not going after him completely on the fucking view, but I'm not making a fucking video on him view botting. I'm not going to go make a video on him fucking stalking the Catholic cabinets and stuff like this. I'm not going to be doing, let's just say right now, Saint has done 5 or 6 different things, right? There's no point right now to attack those 5 or 6 different things that he's doing. You'll wait for the big one, and you'll know when it happens. You'll wait for the big one to happen, and then you go back and you already have a list of fucking shit in your arsenal. You already have ammo built up that you now can attack all of these elements at once, and you can make this last for longer. Sometimes you just have to save your battles. You have to let him win this right now, so that way you can attack it later. You got to let him think he's winning to be able to counterattack. It's just that there's some things, like I say, it's just not worth talking about right now. It's not worth handling right now. It's not worth dealing with right now. You have to give him a chance to fuck up. And if he doesn't fuck up and he starts walking the straight and narrow, hey, guess what? You won regardless. Now he's changed his ways. Now he's attacking only the arguments. He's not attacking. Hey, didn't you still win in the end of the day? But you have to give him the opportunity to screw up. And I'm not just saying like, oh, he screwed up a little bit. You need the opportunity of him fucking the fuck out of himself by inserting foot into mouth. And we haven't seen that in a little while now. A lot of the shit that's going on right now, view botting, all this shit is honest to God fucking is not worth talking about. It really fucking isn't. The more he's obsessed with, he's still watching Captain Cabinets and stuff like this. Okay, yeah, we already know he's stalking Captain Cabinets. There's no reason to keep bringing it up. There's no reason to bring up the view botting. There's no reason to bring in certain different elements. We have to wait to see what is the next big thing he's going to do. Like, if he attacks Rich Campbell, he goes after certain things. This would be like if you find out in 2 weeks from now that Hypergriff sues him. Now you go ahead, you bring up all the fucking shit that's been going on for the last 2 fucking weeks. Now you got fucking farming content for the next fucking goddamn month. But you gotta let him make those mistakes. You gotta let him think that he wins. You gotta let him open his mouth. You don't want him to be thinking about what to say. You want him just to blurt it the fuck out. And right now, I'm not sure if anyone's noticed with Saint. You're probably going to disagree with me on this, but I'm not sure if anyone's noticed this. Saint is right now actually watching what he's saying. Saint is actually starting to catch himself. because he knows he's got so many eyes on him. He is actually being somewhat careful while trying to stay in the same ego level, but you could tell that it's not the same Saint. He's being very mindful in certain things that he is saying. I gotta give him credit on that. There's a few things that he's saying here and there that the old Saint would be 10 times fucking worse. But he's lowering the temperature down to where he can still say what he's trying to say without it going completely out of orbit. He's being very mindful right now. And that's why, like I was like my argument to some CCs, it's not really an argument, it's just my opinion, right? It's just my opinion, and they're like, I disagree with that. We need to keep hitting him while he's down. It's like, okay. If that's what you think is the best route for you, do it, right? All I can offer you is that from my personal experience, and like I'll best explain this. I've worked with companies, multiple fucking companies, right? I got a fucking career in IT, right? And one thing about a job, and I'm not sure how many people here is employed or in regards, worked with bosses or worked with people who's a supervisor of people, but a company does not like to fire people, regardless of what people think. They don't like laying people off. Okay? And does anyone realize why a company does not like laying people off? Because in terms, it does cost a company money if I have to lay you off. Gotta let him think nobody's paying attention and he gets comfortable. Correct. You gotta let him get comfortable again. When you work at a company, and this is the best way I can explain, this is the best example I can give. A company doesn't like to fire someone because the reason is that they have to pay a severance package, they have to pay unemployment and everything else because they laid someone off, and it goes on for like 6 months to a year sometimes. It depends on the situation. What a company likes is when a fucking employee quits. And one of the things as a supervisor, and I've gone through this, is I've been told to get rid of someone. And this person's bad for the company. Get rid of someone. And when they tell you to get rid of someone, they're not telling you to fire them. They're telling you to make them quit. So, how do you make someone quit? You got to give them a leash. You got to make it to where they basically burn themselves. Go look at leaks real quick. God damn! Holy shit! That reminds me of Better Call Saul moment. I mean, it's true, though. It's very fucking true. God damn. I like the fanciness. She fancy. She fucking fancy. And she got the... Dude, I think she might have the biggest tits in the fucking game. Holy shit, I just realized she might actually have the biggest fucking titties in the game. Dude, she's got side fat. Oh, shit, we gotta have to fucking see. We gotta have to compare when the models come in. Oh, shit, we gotta compare this against fucking goddamn Nicole because I think those fucking titties, what the... Oh, my fucking God. Holy shit. Aruga, 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 Aruga. Holy moly, God damn. Those are some popping ass fucking bulbas. Holy shit. And she's a fucking elf. She's a fucking elf. She a goddamn elf. New Bang Boos. Dumpling Bang Boo. Nitro Fueled Bang Boo. Ice Cream Bang Boo. I know they're bookshelf models. Are we gonna have a snow level or some shit? Because this is reminding me of snow. Is ZZZ gonna get a fucking goddamn snowfield soon? What is this fucking weapon? This looks like the little fucking. This looks like a fucking carbon copy almost of the fucking goddamn fucking little fucking bunny fucking shit from fucking HSR. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold the fuck on. Turn the sound on. I don't want to turn the sound on. It's just fucking a goddamn fucking model spinning in the fucking circle, man. Oh, shit. Um. um. Oh, Chisa. How you doing, girl? So would it be wrong of me now to say that I think about the M6 another character? I think I'm about to fucking M6 myself a fucking new goddamn character. Holy shit. I ain't worried about fucking thing.
Come on, hold it together! I wish I could have snuck some egg pudding into the logistics supplies.
I want to see the changes. I want to actually see the changes. Oh, come on. I can't translate it from here? Fuck me. I gotta open this actually up in fucking Chrome. breakthrough. Okay. Not too fucking wild, actually. Okay. Not too much information, which is expected. Let's take a look at you, I guess. I don't care about none of this. I care about the last part, core skill. That's what I care about. Let me go back to you real quick. I want to see some. I didn't read that. Let's see what they're gonna do with this character. Not that big of a deal. Not really that big of a deal. Okay. I wonder what weapon Billy will have if he's an S rank. Big ass fucking Magnum. With a double barrel fucking sawed off shotgun. That's what I'm going to go with. And a lightsaber. He needs a lightsaber. Well. What we got going on here? Not bad damage. I'm not gonna lie, the gameplay does look a little bit fucking bland. But it's still in fucking beta, so they still haven't fixed everything yet on it. Okay. Alrighty. I think that's good for now. I think I'm gonna actually, unlike yesterday, I don't think I'm gonna stay up till 6 o'clock in the fucking morning. I think I'm gonna end it now, get some sleep, and then wake up at a decent fucking hour and prepare for the fucking world. Grubs time. Boo. We can do grubs tomorrow, okay? Unk is sleepy. Unk is old. I'm older than fucking St. Tonus is, okay? God forbid. Holy shit, when I think. I am older than his ass, okay? I can't fucking deal with this shit. When I found out fucking how old St. Tonus was, I'm like, dude is still in fucking goddamn fucking childhood levels, man. Yo, what's up, God? Yo, Meg, I'm going to bed. Fuck you, man. I'm just 1 year older than Rexland. Fuck me. How old is he? What the fuck? Let's just say he hasn't hit his 30s yet. Right, no way. No. He hasn't hit his fucking 30s yet, bro. I just got back from grinding Star Savior for the past 30-ish hours. I'm trying the game out right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. I installed it. I played some of it. Right, I played some of the Star Savior. I'm going to be very honest. It just doesn't have anything in here right now for me per se. Because I had a bunch of people tell me, "Oh, it's a really good game and everything." I don't have no character really that I really particularly think is fucking amazing.
Town Guard のアンナです。お呼びでしょうか。呼んだ？シシ。呼んだ配達屋のベラです。There's nothing in here that I particularly. I mean, I like the titties in this right here, but that's just a weapon, right? I do like the titties, but goddamn, like there's not like a particular character in here that I'm like fancy for right now.
Not really fancy for right now. Go to database. I ain't gonna fucking do that shit. I'm going to fucking bed. That's what the fuck I'm going to do.